rebates, and that there is a second to come. So we have been kept apprised of these activities. The path to restoration, what we have seen is there's been an increase in the number of generators in use as the companies await restoration of commercial where it is not available. There has been the deployment of what is called cells on wheels, and this is a portable temporary cell tower mounted on a trailer or truck to provide mobile cellular network coverage. And then restoring sites via the utilization of temporary microwave links and satellite capacity. There's been collaboration with other operators and fiber rebuild in some corridors, and there's coordination with key disaster stakeholders such as JPS and the National Work Agency, and the operators have indicated that they're coordinating with JPS to prioritize areas where commercial power has been restored, and indeed this is corroborated by the report that we get from JPS. Now, operators have indicated that they are still they're still having difficulty providing definitive dates due to, part of it is due to the dependency issue, so that, a lot of the restoration in some instances will depend on the time that power is actually restored. But there are also some still access issues, access to docks and infrastructure. Several areas remain inaccessible or require clearance before restoration work can proceed. There are some areas, for example, that are flooded. Then there's a commercial power issue, as I've said. Then there's a pole infrastructure. The restoration of the aerial fiber transport network depends on the restoration of the pole infrastructure impacted. And then the network stability issue. And then there are the importation activities. And the pace of restoration will be impacted by the speed at which replacement equipment and equipment required for the restoration process can be imported. Some regulatory challenges, I'd just speak about a few of these. The dependency among utilities, as I've indicated. The OER, of course, is a multi-sector regulator, and therefore we're trying to, we seek to facilitate so that we don't operate in silos. On November 6th, we actually sent out an industry notice commending the utilities for the collaboration, but also urging them to engage in further collaboration. And this was because we were getting little hints of some dissonance that we wanted to head off. And we indicate that where there are any issues, we stand ready to facilitate the coordination. Importation of equipment is an important matter, and I know that the operators have been speaking to the government about certain waivers, certain duties, and certain allowances. And I know that we have had indication from the Ministry of Industry, Investment, and Commerce that they are going to quote it to seek to have certain waivers, and they have asked for a list of imports that, especially relating to the telecommunications sector. And no, indeed, all the sectors that would fall into this list. Things that challenge recovery include, the speed with which you get certain permits approved. We expect that those are being expedited, given what the emphasis is. And we're, again, ready to help with any approval challenge. We have also exercised forbearance in terms of entities that want to offer, for example, satellite service. There's a HIPSAT, a satellite operator. They have asked for permission to provide 40 fixed and 15 mobile terminals to the government to support the post-Hurricane Melissa relief and restoration effort in Jamaica. Normally, they would need a license, but given the situation, the OER has exercised forbearance, as would be expected in circumstances like these. That takes me that's complete what I have to say on the ICT sector. I don't know if you want me to.
Yes, I would ask you to pause now because since I think I see the CEOs of both Digicel and Flow here, and I think rather than have you go into the other sectors, I would invite them to make their presentations. Then we deal with the telecommunication sector as a whole, and then we could release the Digicel and Flow teams and come back to NWC and JPS with OUR. So is that Mr. Price there? Would you want to? I don't know if you had heard when I introduced Mr. Hewitt as to the approach that we're taking. Just give an overview, 5 or 10 minutes, and then we'll invite Digicel CEO, and then we'll have questions from the team. But I think it's fortuitous that we have your regulator here as well, so that when you are making your presentation, if there are any issues, any regulatory challenges beyond the ones that Mr. Hewitt has already identified, I'd like you to highlight those. So, you know, it's serendipitous that we have your regulator while you're presenting as well. Please go ahead, Mr. Price. And Mr. Hewitt, could you turn off your microphone? Thank you.
Ready now?
Go ahead.
Good morning, honorable host. My name is Stephen Price. I'm the Vice President and General Manager of Flow. With me today, my team, Jose Rivera, to my left, he's the Vice President of Technology Operations at Liberty Caribbean. To his left, Michael Brown, who is our Director of Technology Operations for Jamaica. Directly behind him, Ron Howell, who is our lead on mobile for Jamaica. Beside him is Sola Hines, our Chief Legal Counsel. Behind me, Raymond Smith, who looks after our outside plant operations right across the country, the transmission network. Behind is Daniel Savory, who is my comms lead for Jamaica. Cover it all? Okay, thank you. All right, I'm just going to go briefly. I know it's a long report, but it was meant to give you a substantial update on what's happened since. I think it's fair to say that we have been working quite night and day just to make sure that we try and restore the services right across the length and breadth of the country. I think it's important to say that at the turn of the pandemic, we were somewhere around 300,000 homes passed by fiber technology. As a business, we have invested. We now stand at over 770,000 prior to the hurricane in terms of homes passed by the technology, which means the kind of level of investment that has gone into the industry over the period. Now, from our perspective, what we did, and even coming out of the hurricane, out of Hurricane Beryl, we knew there were some things that we had to do in terms of changing the game in terms of telecoms and our sustainability and resilience. And even that, what we did in terms of improving our core network redundancy, adding power resilience in terms of additional solar systems, along with additional generators. We even reinvented our whole BCM planning to update all of the learnings from Beryl as well. We moved almost 60 to 70 kilometers of overhead transmission cable underground, and if we hadn't done that, we'd be in a lot worse situation right now. And we've also continued to make sure that we update our resilience planning. In a lot of instances, we have, and just to explain how the network operates. So we have the land network, which is run largely aerially, right? We have a transmission network which takes all the traffic right across the island and around the island. What we supplement that with is a subsea network, which is what we call a festoon network. That lands at 7 landing stations right across the country, so that we have that added level of redundancy to keep the telecoms infrastructure up. Now, what has happened over we suffered somewhere in the region of 69% damage on the mobile network. And damage to towers, damage to radios, damage to the fiber network that connects the towers, damage to the microwave network at the end of the storm. The fixed network, particularly the area of challenge that we've had the distribution network, because we largely sit, if you look at the pole infrastructure right across Jamaica, 80% of the polling infrastructure belongs to JPS. We do poll sharing with them. Another 20% belongs to us. And then maybe have some other small operators who have additional poles across the country. So largely the infrastructure we sit on is JPS aerial pole infrastructure. So when they're down and those poles go down, we largely have to be on top of them, right behind them in terms of restoration. Now, what we suffered structural damage, fiber damage. We had some power issues, obviously, with the widespread power outages. Access roads blocked at the end of the storm. The many issues that we've seen on a day-to-day basis going into the areas of challenge out there. Extensive damage. We moved and we responded. We brought in our teams from overseas. Not enough at this point. We still have more that we have to bring in over the next couple of weeks to make sure that we accelerate this. Now, on the fixed network, our typical restoration methodology as proper business ISO kind of practice, we do our damage analysis. We make sure we calculate our restoration costs. Still in that process right now for the full restoration cost, but we're working nevertheless. We assign our jobs to our root construction, assign our jobs to our splicing teams across the island, assign field service where we did. The methodology we took for Jamaica, we created probably about 3 zones in terms of how we deemed how we would attack this. Zone 1 pretty much takes into consideration the parishes of Surrey for the most part, along with St. Catherine. Zone 2, the center of the island, including St. James as well. And then Zone 3 would be the worst affected parishes in terms of the St. Elizabeth, Hanover, Westmoreland, and parts of Manchester. So that's pretty much from our priorities how we decided to attack it. For us to bring up the full network, there are a couple of things that we have to do, right? The first thing that we have to do is to restore the transmission network in terms of the transmission fibers right across the country. We restore those fibers to the mobile sites, restore the fibers to the fixed nodes in order to get those up and running, and the direct fibers to B2B customers and to our B2G customers, our government customers, in terms of bringing up government services across the island. Key things from our perspective in terms of learnings coming out of the storm, there are substantial major challenges in terms of the transmission network that we have to do. We have to make some additional investments ourselves in terms of the Discovery Bay corridor, the Montego Bay corridor, the Christiana corridor, the Spanish Town corridor, the Ocho Rios corridor, in order to make sure that happens. For the first time, we've had significant damage to one area of our subsea ring, which is the Black River one. That one sits right beside the Black River Hospital. So you can imagine the kind of damage we sustained there. That is now about 2 to 3 days out in terms of our restoration efforts there. We've had to rebuild, put new equipment, everything, terminate fibers, etc. So that's in the process of being brought up so that the full ring around the island can be brought together.
So just so I understand,
yeah,
it's the terminal that was affected, not the actual undersea cable?
No, not the undersea cable. The undersea cable tested for.
Thank you.
So where were we at the end of the storm? On the fixed network, we had 20% of our nodes online, 10% customer connectivity. We're now back to 83% of the nodes, which is where you distribute internet from, and 64% of our customers are back online, B2B, B2G, and B2C, as in business to government, business, and residential customers. Our worst affected parish here, from our perspective, is Hanover. Hanover still remains 100% down on fixed. That represents somewhere in the region of about, I'd say, 9,000 customers that are offline. St. James is the other big one, which has probably somewhere in the region of about 30,000 customers online, which we are really attacking and working with GPS. With the fixed restoration, we have to work lockstep with GPS in order to get our network up. As they get their poles up, what they do, they put their primary primary power up, and then the secondary power, and then we have the clearance from GPS to then attach the poles, not before or after, because what has happened, you will see some intermittency in the network in terms of what has been happening, whereby we've had several burns from between Ocho Rios and Spanish Town. That's a particular route that Digicel uses quite a bit as well in terms of our service to them. It has been burnt about 6 times because of just restoration efforts and just the pace at which GPS is going. And obviously, I know there's impatience in the market, but obviously due care is what they try to do, but in some instances it doesn't work that way in terms of, and end up burning cables for other operators in that mix. So we have to work lockstep with them. So we're working on the North Coast to make sure that we connect that transmission lane from Ocho Rios all the way into Montego Bay and bring that up. But we have to work right behind them every step of the way. So on a fiber plant perspective, in Zone 1, from our perspective, we have restored somewhere around 90% of our customers there. We're working there every day to get the other zones up. I think what I'll say to you, Upper St. Andrew, obviously the Guava Ridges, the Irish Towns, Gun Towns, and above Gun Town, that side, Mavis Bank, obviously we have some road challenges up there that we're resolving. So those will take a little time, but we're working lockstep to get that completed by the end of the year. In Zone 2, we're somewhere around 53%. Still a lot of red lights there showing up on the chart. Lots of work happening in that space, but we work lockstep with GPS there in terms of trying to ensure that we bring up each of these communities. I think what is key for us is that Christmas has a particular psychological ring to it, especially for customers. I think for us and all the utilities, everybody has that in mind in terms of making sure that how do we bring as many of the customers back online by Christmas. I think even if, for instance, the actual home doesn't have service as yet, to get power telecoms up in the main town centers is a real strategic priority for us to make sure that people at least have some normalcy to come into the centers of towns to have at least a de-stress, as the case may be. On the Zone 3 perspective, we are now mobilizing, obviously, with the acceleration of GPS, mobilizing additional crews to come into the country over the next week and a half, 2 weeks, to fill the gaps that we have in those territories, to make sure that we are fully staffed to complete this operation. Now, there will be a long tail. There is going to be a number of communities which may last all the way into June, July 2026 from a long tail perspective. But we are working. Zone 1 will be completed by the end of December in terms of completion of the outages there. Zone 2, we will wrap that up somewhere around the end of the first quarter, March, in terms of the long tail. But then some of Zone 3 will go all the way out too. There will be communities in Zone 3 that will get service before the end of the year. Because as we connect the transmission fiber right through the major towns, Santa Cruz, all the way through to Black River, etc., we will get that ring and connectivity and make sure that we get it around the island. Because key for us, we need to at least get the town centers in Hanover, in Westmoreland, in St. Elizabeth, up and running from that perspective. So working pretty hard on that from that perspective. And every single day, what we're doing now is we're getting where GPS goes next, the kind of list, and we have our regular 5:30 calls every single day with them in that level of collaboration. They give us where they're going. We plan our list and our schedules and our rollout right behind them as we go through. On the mobile network, significant damage that we had, but we have moved very quickly in terms of the restoration of the same. I think right now we have over 80% of our sites up, not up to the 100%, but that will be done by the end of January. We're working significantly with our partners, Starlink, in this matter. We have implemented them as a level of redundancy for some of our sites, which will stay there for the next tropical storm or hurricane in the future. So we have that level of redundancy in terms of a couple of layers, by fiber, by microwave, by Starlink, in order to make sure that we keep those sites up in the future. So planning with the future in mind. During the storm, we suffered about 34 towers were fully damaged. 50% of those are almost up. We had a target for the end of November for them to be completed. We probably hit about maybe 30%, but the remaining will be completed by the end of December, and we'll be back up fully and running. Obviously, we did some innovation during the hurricane period. Right after the storm, we had worked with Starlink in order to bring in enhanced messaging services in terms of what we call Flow Essential satellite to cell. We implemented that for text messaging service, which helped in the aftermath when services were hard down. We worked well with them to get that up in short time. We've rolled out VoLTE voice over Wi-Fi on over 500,000 of our subscribers in that side of the island to make sure that they were able to make calls even if they were even not seeing the network or on another Wi-Fi network or such. So that has been working well for them. Well, as I said, this just gives you the kind of start there and just sites that are up. I think from a regulatory perspective, Chairman, we are working very closely with Minister Marks on infrastructure that the NWA has. Obviously, we share somewhere in the region of about, think about 360 kilometers of fiber with the National Works Agency to help the government network. We're working with them to see how we can do some collaboration in terms of some reciprocity on the highway leg, as well as I heard recently my friends at Digicel have gotten a duct on the highway leg. So we're going to work together to see how we can also put layers of redundancy on the network, supplemented by all the players that are involved in it. I think on the big headline coming out of the last infrastructure meeting was that Flo wanted tax breaks. It was no matter of wanting tax breaks. I think what we're saying is that we wanted just some duty waivers, especially to bring in some essential equipment, trucks, those things that will go back out of the country to help us speed up on the restoration side. And I think we're working with the Ministry of Industry and Commerce on that piece and the Ministry of Finance to try and see how we can get that sorted. Anything else on Mikey that I've not left out? I think the other big one, which is paramount to JPS, ourselves, Digicel, is vandalism. It is still happening, and even though we've had success overnight in terms of even some more arrests and court cases won, it is still a challenge. Even at this very moment, diesel's being stolen from sites, equipment is being stolen from sites, batteries are being stolen from sites, cables are being cut. It is ridiculous. I mean, even the cut that JPS got recently in terms of they sawed down the pole, that took down telecommunication services as well. We have to bring it to the level of state terrorism. It's an attack against the state and infrastructure of the state in terms of keeping people connected. People can't call the police, people can't call fire, ambulance, none of those things when this happens. Can't access education. So I think we ask that under any kind of emergency mechanism that is open to the government and to the House of Parliament, that we act on that with urgency. The OUR has been a strong proponent in terms of this direction, but it is reaching critical levels now. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Just 2 points of clarification, not really questions. You said you are asking Parliament to bring some stronger laws or penalties to bear on the
stiffer
vandalism.
Penalties. Yeah, stiffer penalties, stiffer and longer terms in terms of the penalties. I think what we
Okay,
have to...
it was just clarification I wanted. And the other thing, you spoke to the integration of the fiber network with NWA. Could you just explain how? Because I remember hearing at some point of a fiber optic ring that was supposed to be or intended to go around the island, and NWA, and I believe Flo at the time were co-investors in that. Could you just explain to us?
No, we aren't necessarily co-investors. I think what we did was, in terms of, obviously, we had the emergency of the pandemic. And with the pandemic arising, obviously, in terms of our civic duty for the country, what we did was we allowed access to about, I think, about 300, 400 kilometers of cable around the island in order to help to bring up the government network to ensure that we were able to put the parish councils, police stations, those kind of things on the NWA network. So we've helped from that perspective. So I think from where we come from, there are some particular routes which will help us harden both our infrastructures, and we're working with them to see how we can collaborate.
Okay, so it's not a common infrastructure, it's just...
No, not common.
But they could be complementary.
Could be complementary.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, man.
Mr. Murad, press your mic to make a request. When it turns green, you'll speak, but just to bring you up to speed. Sorry, when it turns red, you will speak, but no, leave it how it is now. Just to bring you up to speed, we have had an overview from the OUR of the telecom sector, and from their perspective, the status of the recovery. We've had Flo, and I think I was confusing you with the gentleman beside Mr. Price. I thought you were here earlier, but it's great that you came in. You have the same hairstyle, and that's what confused me. But what we've really asked each team to do is the team leader does a quick introduction of his team and then gives a 5 to 10 minute overview of the status, of the most current status of their recovery. And then at the end of your presentation, we will open the floor to questions from the members. So literally 5 to 10 minutes most, and then we'll take some questions. So please go ahead.
Morning, everybody. Apologies for being a little bit late. We were at our board meeting, so literally got my get out of jail card to ask to be done virtually, which is not the norm for anybody who understands the Digicel board meetings. They tend to be a fractious occur, so I managed to get here as quick as possible. Thanks, Mikey. I'll just quickly introduce the team. I've actually literally just done this presentation to our board, so I'll rattle through. Particularly the first few slides are about what happened in the day after, so I'll focus on a lot more on the here and now. But to my left, so Joy Clarks is our Director of Corporate and Government Affairs. Bjorn Reynolds is our CTIO. Anthony Barros is our head of all of our mobile technical operations in the field. It also includes our fibre to the home, fibre to business services also as well. And just behind him is Bjorn Spence. He's our legal and regulatory director. So Charles is equivalent in Stephen's organisation as well. I'll just try and go quickly through the first couple of slides, but there you go. Probably just point of note, and apologies if everybody already knows this. So the Jamaica business is the largest operating unit in Digicel Group, and we're also headquartered here as well. So the 8th floor, which is where I worked for many years, about the last 3 years when I took over the Jamaica business. So we are headquartered here and stationed here. So we have a significant interest in Jamaica, and that will remain so as well. I'm just going to run through quickly. I won't touch too long, Chair, on the post, what happened on day one, but I'll much more focus on where we are today. So I won't go through that because everybody has seen that to death. Apologies, the clicker's in a different time zone. I know Stephen just sort of touched on this a little bit, but I would like to just pause, Mr. Chairman, just on this. So we do have a long-term partnership with Stephen and obviously Mikey as well. So we utilise Flow's fibre ring around the island, and I know. Apologies, I only caught the end of Stephen, but I think we've been in each other's company long enough to know. So the south is the most heavily destroyed, and I know he touched on Black River as well. So we rely significantly on that, and I'll talk about the North Coast Highway route shortly. But on the north piece, we also rely on Flow as well. But I would like to point out that the team dragged, and I'll use the word dragged, literally a fibre across that north coast post the hurricane. So whilst there are no poles for that fibre to go on, it is literally in the bushes. So if you think of Sharkies, around the back of Sharkies, that is on a piece of stick. So when I use the word fragile, as I would have mentioned in the infrastructure meeting, that is literally fragile and is susceptible to anybody who thinks they're a landscape gardener. We'd like to steal it, borrow it, and forget to bring it back. All of the words that I could possibly use has happened every single day. But we have been relentless in trying to keep that up, whilst the team, obviously, to my right, have been trying to restore the main fibre ring, and critically having the JPS poles up, because pretty much everything is on the pole in Jamaica as well. So I just wanted to utilise that point to reiterate that. We have been using, for the first time, satellite services. So Stephen would have touched on Starlink. We wouldn't have seen, I think he had 200. We were probably about 50 sites today. But we are, and if I can be frank, we are utilising more of our conventional methods. So if the site is now up, we've been preferring to use microwave. The experience we're finding is much better for our customers, in particular seeing the multiple layers of customers and the thirst for data clearly doesn't change because we've had a Category 5 hurricane. People's behaviour hasn't changed at all whatsoever, so they assume they can just use their phone like they were using in September or early October. So we're finding that it's a better experience for us to put them on the microwave before we can restore to the traditional fibre to the site methodology as well. But it has helped us to bring 50 locations up, which we wouldn't have services. So 50, in essence, communities have got some semblance of service as well. So I just thought I'd just touch on that piece also as well. I know Stephen just touched on it. I felt like I've gone through every single media training in the last 25 years a business has gone on. I think we've been on every radio, TV, social media platform in the last couple of weeks to talk about this. But I think it's important, Chair, that this isn't a new conundrum. Bjorn, Anthony and Michael would deal with this every single day of the week. Just because we had a Category 5 hurricane doesn't change people's behaviour. So every single day we see setbacks, and obviously those pictures are not from Google. Those pictures are from the field to see the impact of what people do. But as we were on nationwide radio the other night, myself and Stephen, there's no way I will allow the mindless minority to stop people getting what they need. And our job is to provide connectivity to customers. My job isn't, in essence, to understand and how to legislate around what penalties should be given or not. Yes, we've been pushing it for years, like absolute years. This has been on the table, and no problem at all. But I think there's also a societal piece as well. The impact is significant, and especially when you've gone through a Category 5 hurricane and seen the devastation. Imagine you get restored, you've been waiting for weeks on end, and all of a sudden Flow or Digicel come along and restore you, and then it could be 5 minutes, it could be whatever, minutes, hours, and that is taken down. That's heart-wrenching. And then invariably, and rightly so, customers question what we're doing as a telecoms operator. Our credibility is questioned every single day. And I'm not saying this because we're looking for sympathy, because that's not what it's about. But the impact that this have if you take down these services, is significant. You know, Stephen touched on it about the emergency service. Imagine not being able to call the emergency services. You know, none of us here can contemplate how traumatic or life-threatening that can be. And that, you know, without me underplaying, that is significant. But also commerce. You know, the last 20 years, the amount of commerce that is transacted through mobile data has changed the face of the earth, not just of Jamaica. So people rely on our services to trade, you know, their livelihoods, you know, and I don't want to underestimate, the impact of that at all. So we need greater deterrence. And I have to say, the Commissioner, you know, Blake, is very supportive. You know, we've done a lot of work jointly and with CTOC as well, and we have seen some success. But the reality is, you know, that the same individuals are generally out to do the same things quite quickly as well. So we do need to see, and it's not my job to say what punishment they should or shouldn't get or what the term is, but we also need to see something happen and something change, because never more so can we see the impact as well. We have done some community stuff.
Just a clarification on your slide. You said there is no value in stealing fiber, it's just glass. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, so invariably, when people see, it's a good question.
So there's no commercial motivation, it's just vandalism.
So think of it a different way. So if I see a black cable somewhere, it might be on the pole, or forgive me, it might be in the bushes, immediately will somebody think there must be some value in that. Is there copper in it? Because, you know, I don't think our criminals are scrutinizing the size of the cable enough to determine if it has any value or not. I think, and an example would be, we'll see a fibre cut, and then 200 feet down the road we see another fibre cut, because they're checking to see the same cable, maybe Digicel's tricking me, I don't know, but seeing if there's any copper inside that cable. So there is a unyielded value, a weight value of copper, which is a pretty done-to-death conversation within the ministries and myself and Stephen. But the short answer is no, but they're not thinking about that, you know, and it's dark, you know, people see a black cable, I'll just take it and chop it. But there's also vandalism, Chair, as well. It's not just about can I sell it, it's intentional vandalism. We understand the accidental vandalism. We were, you know, in the car, you know, that happens after every natural disaster. Those things are going to happen, and we have to deal with that. But the intentional vandalism, you know, is critical also as well. And that's a community thing, I think. We've had some success of engaging communities, the impact of what happens if the diesel's stolen, you know, or the fibre is caught, or the cable is caught, you know, for instance. So I think it's important to note that. I'll just touch on our fibre to the home business. So you'll see that we don't have a huge footprint. You know, our colleagues from Flood would have a much more longer legacy on providing home internet service. But I've just given you a snapshot. So most of our fibre to the home is in the Kingston and St Catherine area. We do have some areas in Manchester and Mandeville. Top end of St Anne, if I can just describe, you know, so Richmond, Draxall, Paradisiac, you know, if you're familiar with those places. We recently launched in June in Montego Bay, so the Catherine Hall and Bevan and the surrounding areas, and then we've had some parts of Negril. So we have been restoring those areas, which is obviously where you can see a snapshot in time in terms of recovery. The pictures on the right highlight to me what was the previous slide is. So that's the cabinet in Catherine Hall, which is right next to Montego Bay Football Club, if you're familiar with that area. This is where the river burst its banks and it was severe flooding. That cabinet was full of sand and silt. So the guys, they went and restored the whole thing. Less than 24 hours after the brand new batteries had been put in, so the top left-hand picture there, all those batteries were taken out instantly. So that's the level of frustration, forgive my tone, that we have at the moment. And that, again, that's not for me looking for this committee for sympathy or from the public or whatsoever. It will take down people's services who rely on that. You know, the everyday Jamaican would never think about doing such foolishness. never would. It's always the mindless minority. So we need all angles. So we need community action just as much as we need support from the judiciary services. I promise you, I'm clicking. It's just very slow. Hopefully it doesn't go on another slide. So I just wanted to give you a snapshot. Again, it's always about a snapshot in time of the mobile network. So I've just broken down by parish so you can see, and apology, it might be very small on the screen, so you can see, you know, the level of percentage of sites that are online. So I'll probably focus a little more on the west, because obviously that's where the most damage and devastation, where a lot of activity. So Trelawney, we're at almost 50%, 49%, St James 60, Hanover 54, Westmoreland 52, St Elizabeth 60, and I know we've got Manchester at 92%, but I know some parts of the North Manchester were we were also on the ground yesterday, are still seeing some challenges as well. So mobile is always the quickest to recover. It's the easiest to recover, whilst we use other technologies. So you've got generally traditional that everybody would know about, the LTE that they see on their phone, pre-hurricane. Fibre to the site gives you your best experience. So we're using microwave and satellite technology to bring up some of those locations. As we're able to restore them to the traditional sense, we swap them quickly. So the guys have been literally, I think we're on day 33 or 34 now, I forget, but they've not stopped to try and recover like our colleagues over here as well. It's a relentless methodology. There are some significant things that Beryl taught us last year. We rely on GPS. That is an absolute fact. We need commercial power to the site. We have started our solar program, similar to what our colleagues have done also as well. So we will keep rolling out the solar. But today we rely significantly on GPS. And yes, we follow them and we meet, you know, every day as a United Utilities. But if the poles infrastructure is not there and obviously the power transmission is not there, there is only so many generators. You think about the generator population that we have today, those generators are not designed to run 24/7. If you know, I know Flo doesn't operate in Haiti, but if I used Haiti as an example, our Haiti network does not have no commercial power. It has zero commercial grid at all whatsoever. So every single site in Haiti, they got you know, over 1,000 runs on specifically designed generators. We run on generators that will manage stopgaps. So every day there will be a either planned or unplanned outage from our colleagues in JPS, and our generators will pick up the slack for 6, 8 hours, and we'll manage it. Now they're running for a month and some, so they need servicing, you know, and obviously refueling every 2 to 3 days. Imagine trying to service a Formula One car going around the corner at Le Mans at 200 miles an hour. We have to turn the generator off, we have to service the generator, which means all the people who had service lose service as well. So it is a significant challenge, not just for Digicel, but for us as a country, you know, when we have to manage that as well. So again, we're on a path, you know, we're in the phases of, we completed our assessments, we understand what we need to do. It's pretty tried and tested that we drill this every single year. Beryl taught us a lot around mass fuel distribution to manage those generators. Again, it would be remiss of me not to thank, you know, the work that's gone over the last few years and the relationship with the Petrojam, Petcom, Johnson's, Rubis, and we have some others as well strategically placed. Anthony would have split the country into 5 major segments to enable us to do quicker fuel distribution. And this year, more than ever, in particular West, we've had to think about fuel security more than we ever do. You know, certainly in that early week that we saw some of the activity that was happening in St James in particular, we've had to think even more so around our security. And we have security measures. You know, we dye the diesel a particular colour, so if you are caught, they will know it's Digicel's diesel versus it's our colleagues to the right as well.
I just asked you to wrap up in a couple minutes.
Sorry, yeah, no problem. Cool. So again, you know, business we touched on as well. So we've got 86% of our business circuits are back online as well. We've got 93% of our points of presence. The one that we're working hard on this week, and always talk to, is Savlamar, to try and get that up as quickly as possible as well. And I touched on the fibre to home, and obviously our tier 3 data centre. I'm pleased to know that was completely untouched and fully operational, because I know we would have a lot of our financial and government services in there as well. Our humanitarian relief continues every single day, and we've put it into phases, Chair, as well. So we've done the immediate relief. Myself and Joy are also directors of the Digicel Foundation as well. So on the ground activity was about what we can provide in terms of immediate relief. The next phase we've focused on is around longer term, or I would call longer term pieces, so hardware vouchers. So don't let Digicel tell me what I need. So providing hardware vouchers is what we'll do over the next 4 weeks. So you might want zinc, you might want zinc nails, or you want plyboard, or whatever it is, or a toilet, or anything. And we partner with some other...
We appreciate the corporate social responsibility
Absolutely.
part, but I don't think that's primarily what we're interested in
No problem.
today. But we thank you for doing that. Just any final comments?
I think no. I think I know you probably don't want me to touch on the telephone, and obviously we helped raise the 65 million as well. But you know, without overstating, that's very important to Digicel. I know this is not what the committee is, but we understand our place in Jamaica, which is why we've had, you know, the foundation for 21 years in Jamaica as well, and obviously bringing the retail store experience on the road as well. So we've got 20 buses with all of the teams out there in the community as well. So I'll just pause there, because that's the sort of summary slide, Chair, at the end.
All right, great. Thank all three teams for that initial overview, which I think was quite comprehensive, and it was circulated yesterday. So everyone has a copy of that. If their eyes are as poor as mine, they may not have been able to see everything on the slides, but they have the copy in front of them. I would just start by observing that, and this is as a layman, I don't have numbers, but it seems to me that there's been an explosion of Starlink mobile and fixed sites. I heard and the companies talk about using satellite as backup and redundant systems. But I was just wondering, how will this explosion of satellite providers impact the licenses? Will it have a commercial impact of the licenses, on the licensees, or will it be integrated into their networks as to increase resilience and harden the network, which is very critical now. But I'm wondering, 6 months down the road, is this going to impact the value of the licenses that have already been issued? Mr. Hewitt, maybe you want to start? Could you turn off your mic, Mr. Murad? Go ahead, Mr. Hewitt.
Right, thanks, Chair. Yes, it is an issue that will arise, and we'll have to figure out exactly how that is integrated. Because in an emergency, there is the exercise of forbearance. We still have to figure out what happened after this. We will learn lessons as well from this in terms of how the integration can take place. So I think that is the kind of engagement that we're going to continue to have to determine what happens 6 months down the road, 12 months down the road. I don't know if my colleague, everyone, if you want to comment on this any further.
You have to speak into the mic, Mr. Hewitt.
Right. Sorry about that, yes. So I was saying that it's something that we're going to have to continue to engage on as to how that integration take place. But I was also thinking that my colleague, Ms. Chana, might want to comment on this.
Go ahead.
Good morning.
Just pull the mic down so that we hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Right. So as the DG said, we're of the view that it will take a mix of technologies to ensure that Jamaicans have universal and meaningful connectivity. So we see satellite connectivity as an important technology, especially to reach remote areas where the terrestrial networks may be very costly to build out to those areas, as well as during emergencies. So as the regulator, what we're trying to do is to put a framework in place that will facilitate the operation of all technologies that are available in that space. So we're ensuring that there's fair regulatory conditions to ensure that all technologies are operating on a fair playing field.
So, Mr. Price, and just when you respond, how would this give you an opportunity? I know, for example, when the original grid was laid out for JPS and in a sense reflected by flow or copied by flow, we didn't have some of the technologies around microgrids and micro networks. So if you just, in your response, speak to that.
I think for us, we see the LOEs as part of the entire ecosystem. If you think about it, Jamaica has 1 million+ homes, right? If you think about those 1 million+ homes, you have 650,000 of those who are actual customers of the Jamaica Public Service. The others are either getting power by other means. But
no, when you say 650,000 are accounts.
Accounts, right, yeah.
But maybe more are customers.
More are customers, right? At the same time, technology in terms of broadband footprint touches somewhere in the region of maybe about 800,000 homes in terms of fixed broadband across the country. So it leaves a window of somewhere around 200,000 homes which are unserved at this present point in time. I think for us as the telcos here, there is a density challenge in terms of reaching those last miles. So there are various forms of technology that we're going to have to put into the kind of pool in order to get us there. Starlink is here today. In another year or a year and a half, you'll have the first set of satellites by Jeff Bezos and his crowd also coming into the region from that perspective. I think from our perspective as a business, where we stand is we see them as an opportunity for us as well in terms of partnership, in terms of how we diversify our backhaul to be more resilient for the future. So we see them as partners. Little does anybody know, our sister business, Liberty Networks, supplies Starlink here in Jamaica so that Starlink can supply Jamaica in terms of the internet footprint here. So we do supply them with connectivity to come back down to Ireland. So it is going to be a part of the arsenal. I think what we have to discuss, and from a regulator perspective, is just how do we make sure the same guardrails, the same rules that apply to us who have invested locally, on the ground, in people, in boots on the ground, that those kind of guardrails and those kind of regulations, those kind of requirements, customer experience, those kind of things are also placed on those who also benefit from the ecosystem. So I think we see it as an opportunity, but there are things that we will have to do and discuss in terms of the work plan of the OUR, in terms of how we actually put the kind of regulations in place to protect Jamaica at the same time, to protect our data, right? To protect all the information that flows from the country, So we see it as an opportunity. We're going to continue to partner with them, but...
So these 200,000 homes that you speak of that are not served by fixed broadband, I would say they're disproportionately represented by the MPs who sit on this committee.
Yeah.
I can certainly tell you South Manchester has more than our fair share of those communities.
Yeah.
Then lightly populated and perhaps doesn't make commercial sense to run fiber or fixed cable into those communities. So I'm particularly interested in hearing about your plans for micro networks to provide these more remote communities, because the connectivity today is what electricity was 50 years ago. And we had a massive rural electrification program to address that. We need some kind of similar plan for rural areas getting broadband access for a whole host of reasons.
Yeah, I think we are at an interregnum in that. Obviously, the conversation had begun around the national broadband network and the path that we're looking to potentially go in terms of building out to ensure that we serve those customers as a country, as a potential JV. I mean, obviously the IFC has been doing this kind of study up till now. I don't know directionally where we will go now post this, but that was the discussion the IFC was having, those stakeholder conversations with all the players in the industry as to how do we collaborate there? Is that a shared infrastructure kind of scenario where it's built, owned by the industry, and then anybody can interconnect to serve the customers in that space? But I think what is very mindful, I'm very mindful of, is affordability has to also be another part of that. And the thing is for us to get to some of these homes, even by alternative technology in terms of fixed wireless, 5G, or any other technology from that perspective, we have to use more wireless in the mix. And it's going to inform us moving forward as to how do we build in a more resilient way, right? How do we make sure that we're able to roll out and reach these much cheaper, because the densities just are not there. You have one person live here, then 1,000 yards away is the next house, etc. It's hard to build for those kind of communities. So it's more going to be a wireless kind of perspective. There are several developing technologies that we're exploring. Tirana, a couple other things in terms of that. Who knows? Maybe 5G is something on the horizon. Obviously, spectrum is a big thing in the kind of conversation in terms of making sure that we have that enabling environment so that it is affordable. We are having great conversations with the SMA as well as the government in terms of how we unlock that spectrum. I think we're close to the end of that discussion. But with that, we'll be able to do a lot more from that perspective. But it's a whole change, Chairman, in terms of how we're going to have to approach telecoms for the country. But it's going to be a collaboration that we have to do. The IFC, the Ministry of Science, the Ministry of Energy, Technology and Communications, the OUR, the BCJ, because there are so many things that rest on this. I mean, obviously, the digital switchover is another conversation in terms of television, right? In terms of providing that. So there's a lot of things that will really sit on this moving forward that we have to create the kind of regulatory environment for.
So you said we're in an interregnum. You really mean we're at a watershed moment in terms of the direction that we go after this?
Yeah, it's going to be some dialogue. I think we have to get to the point of let's restore now, and then quickly we have to, I'd say, before the next one, we have to make some quick decisions.
Okay, and finally, Mr. Murad, is this going to be another case of mobile leapfrogging the fixed line, as we saw in Jamaica 25 years ago, where these items will, the new technologies will just leapfrog what exists today?
Thanks, Chair. My perspective is not dissimilar to Stephen's, but these are not new technologies. I had satellite in my house in the 80s when all of a sudden I could watch MTV and all of these without showing my age. But they're not new technologies, but it's how they're being used seems to be the critical. I think that's the watershed moment. People have had satellite TV since forever. but it's actually the evolution of change and how we adopt for the scenarios that we find ourselves have been living and operating in this part of the world. You know, climate change is going to increase the amount of climatic events that we have. So it's really about twofold. One is about what is our resilience and redundancy scope that we need to build into our future-proof our networks. That future-proof might be for 10 or 20 years, but it's hard to say what the leaps will change. And then there's the commercialization of people wanting their own services direct to them as well, and that might be more on the fixed wireless, you know. So we've seen rural parts of the US are using a T-Mobile, Verizon 5G home internet box. You know, so the radios on the antennas are providing a fixed wireless service, which is akin to, you know, a fibre to the home, but without all of the fibre running along the poles or even underground. So as long as you've got a good line of sight and in essence provided. So it's about embracing new technologies, but it's also about applying them in the right way. And I think what's selfishly important is applying them in the right way for every Jamaican, you know, and Stephen touched on cost because that will be significant. So what is that cost per household that it can be affordable, which is why I was, you know, hoping that, you know, the work that we've already done in for the last few years with the IFC and the National Broadband Project, now more than ever, we should be back at the table already saying, well, what does that mean for us as a country? We've fed in every data set possible. We need to see that.
Thank you. All right, members, I think Mr. Newell, Mr. Clark, and Ms. Burchell in that order.
Thank you, Chairman. First for OUR. In 2022, I'm seeing where Starlink was granted a license to operate in Jamaica. But my recollection is at the time, their systems were more static than, I mean, they had RV systems and for boats, but now they have a mobile, not a cell phone, but they have a mobile device that we use. I wanted to be clear on just the license they have and whether it allows for mobility and the type of mobility it allows for. Also, HIPASAT is a new, to me, I did a little bit of a look at it, but the forbearance granted to them, your note said it's time-bound. Can you indicate what the period is for the forbearance and what happens to those hardware after? For the telcos, I just want an idea of the loss from vandalism on an annual basis. I also want to find out whether the impact of whether the $150 million US recently announced for JPS has had any positive impact on your timeline. I think Flo had indicated a few months until you're back to pre-hurricane levels. So, but that $150 million should get us up and running in terms of JPS by the end of January. So I wanted to know whether your timeline will similarly change for both Flo and Digicel. Thank you.
I'm going to defer to my colleague, Ms. Chan, on this one.
Okay, first, in terms of the Starlink license, yes, we issued what we call fixed satellite services license, and we are in discussions with the Ministry of Energy, Transport, and Telecommunications about how we should treat with mobile satellite services. So that is an ongoing discussion. We are aware that during this period, persons have been utilizing Starlink terminals as a mobile, to provide mobile services. And it's something we will have to address, but we are forbearing during this period. Thereafter, we will decide how to approach, how to ensure that we regularize the situation. HIPASAT, the time given is 6 months. The deployment is being done through ODPEM, and so we are in discussions with ODPEM about how to recall the terminals that are out in the field to ensure that at the end of the period, if it's not extended, then those terminals will be returned to ODPEM.
On the matter of vandalism, over the past 5 years, I'd say from an equipment perspective, we've lost somewhere in the region about $1 million US a year, thereabouts on average. If you now put that into revenue terms, over the past 5 years, about somewhere around 10 million US worth of impact from customer outage in terms of time to restoration, those kind of things. If you multiply that on the customer side in terms of the impact to them, then you have the multiplier effect as well, which continues from there. But that's just us.
I'm sorry to say, thanks, Stephen. Ours is probably a range of non-hurricane years, probably about 3 to 4 million a year. To answer your question more directly, in US dollars. But we're still contemplating what the number's going to be this year, because this year has been significant.
Were all your questions answered, Mr. Newell?
The question read the timeline and whether any impact has been had on the timeline based on the recent investment or the recent loan.
JPS, I think that would be for Mr. Price.
No, man, definitely. It will have impact, but obviously, as Mr. Grant had said, it would take more than 2 to 3 weeks to mobilize those additional resources back. Now, if they are able to deliver a full grid in terms of distribution by the end of February, as is stated, and his numbers were 95% by the end of February. I know the minister said what he said, right? I think we are able to follow very, very, very closely. Particularly Zone 1, Zone 2. Zone 3, I will say from the perspective that we will follow our transmission route, first and foremost, but there will still be some long tails from that perspective. But as much as possible in terms of getting the most affected parishes to a state of stability, we're going to do our utmost to get there. So there's significant work. As much as they can deliver, I can follow. From a pole route perspective.
Thank you. Mr. Clark.
Did you want me to answer
Thank you,
that
Mr.
question?
Chairman.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know if you wanted me to answer
Oh, you wanted to just add?
I think sorry, Mr. Clark, just one simple statement. I cannot restore 100% until JPS and their inflow have restored 100%. It's a simple fact.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I am listening to both providers, along with OUR, speaking of the future. But what is happening at hand, and I take St. James, for example, Madam Clark, you are most aware of what is happening as it relates to the aesthetics. In Montego Bay, you do understand that tourism forms a better part of our economy. And today we are having the Carnival Cruise Line making a call. Last week, they would have opted not to come because of the information that they would have gathered that we are still not ready as it relates to the aesthetics of the town. But I was sent some photos, Mr. Chairman, of lines, cable lines, still hanging precariously and on the ground, but neither Digicel nor Flow is accepting the fact that the cables belongs to them. And so we are at a stage, and I'm not accusing you, I'm just saying that we as a people have to work together to make things better for all of us, because we depend heavily on the tourism dollar. And if our call of port is not up to standard, then it will go calling somewhere else. And so we are asking, we are calling, we're beseeching at this time, that the providers be as it is, that we take responsibility and get the cables out of the way.
Yeah, just to answer this question, we know where our cables are. We have identified them, and obviously we're doing the work along with JPS in order to get them up. I think one of the port of calls that you need to do and get in touch with is Cornwall Communications, which is one of the major suppliers as well out west there. Their cables are, we know and we see their cables particularly, and we know it's their cables from that perspective in a lot of instances. We have done quite a bit of cleanup from our perspective in terms of Freeport, the cruise ship, etc., those kind of things, Falmouth as well. We've done significant cleanup activities to make sure that those cruise ship towns are ready. It's hard to do cleanup and then have to go back and do the restoration. So we're trying to do as much of that work together as possible. But just bear in mind, along with ourselves, as in Digicel and ourselves, there are over 40 other cable operators right across the length and breadth of the country, right? Some who I don't know if they're able to recover in these kind of instances, but some of these lines do not belong to us. The Jamaica Public Service has said, once they restore, if, for instance, they're not licensed to be on the poles in terms of having the kind of pole sharing agreements, they're not going to put them back up on their poles, because it's a significant cost, because whenever they have challenges like this after burial, it is left for the larger operators to clean up after them. And that's not something that we're going to do. We're going to clean up after ourselves in terms of making sure that our cables are removed, because we know our civic duty and the civic pride, especially in making sure that St. James and Montego Bay is back. So we are doing the work. Our teams at H4 in Ironshore, they're out every day doing the work, but there are other cable operators in the space that we have to consider as well.
Thank you. Ms. Burchell, so you had a follow-up, Mr. Clark?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I also want to hear from Digicel, because when we leave here today, we want to make sure, we want to rest assured that none of the cables that are hanging precariously or on the ground belongs to either of the two who are here. And so then we in St. James from the local level can deal with that situation, knowing very well that none of the cables that are out there now in the way that they are belongs to any of the two providers that are here.
If I can, thanks, Stephen, and two things from me. So I would have received a phone call and same pictures, as you can imagine, both from Joy and John Biles and Ian Deere. So I explained to both of them, because they didn't know the answer to the question that Stephen just raised. So nobody knows any other operator, which I found a bit incredulous, that nobody knows who Cornwall Communications are or Island Net. Nobody's ever heard of them. So we provided the contact information for those to the said individuals. But also, I then sent my crews to stop what they're doing and go and help tidy up other people's, not theirs, other people's mess to allow those cruise ships to come in. So I stopped restoring, I'm not going to say work because people will probably not be very happy with me, but I stopped the restoration because I understand how important the economy relies on hospitality. Us as a business relies on hospitality. So I can assure you we went there, I sent the crews over the weekends to go and tidy up the, let's call it the mess that was left. But I think it's important, and probably that's where, you know, from a regulatory perspective, it's important that people know that there's just not just Digicel and Flow operating in this space. So it shocked me that nobody knew who they were. And I'm no problem, obviously, providing the contact information, absolutely. But I also didn't stop the job. I went to talk to people and said, get down there now because the cruise ship is coming in tomorrow or whatever it was. So that we accept our part that we need to play.
So is there some sort of free-for-all? Doesn't OUR or JPS or somebody have to give permission to the other 40 cable operators to use the poles?
If I could, sorry.
So, and not to pass the buck, of course, the cable operators are regulated by the Broadcasting Commission. The matter of putting their lines on poles are subject to pole sharing agreement with JPS. To the extent that they don't have a pole sharing agreement, and if JPS, we expect JPS to enforce that.
So they'd be trespassing on the works of the JPS,
Right.
and JPS would be in their right to remove it.
That would be correct.
So JPS, in a sense, would be the central repository of the legitimate cable operators
You're
that
correct.
use their poles.
You're correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I see a hand down at the...
One point, Digicel and Flow's cables, apologies, are actually tagged red and blue, just, you know, for the avoidance of doubt, so we know who is, but obviously JPS then know who is and who isn't as well. So we have specifically tagged them. Obviously ours are red and Mikey's will be blue, just in case people don't know that, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Burchell?
Yeah, good morning, and thank you for your presentations. For those constituencies and deep rural communities that are projected to receive services well into 2026, what contingency solutions are you contemplating to helping us get some service in the interim? I speak because I heard Mr. Price spoke about getting the town squares lit for Christmas or live for Christmas, and I applaud that and I welcome it. But when we look at a parish like St. James, the town square would be Montego Bay, the natural gathering. But most people can't afford to get to Montego Bay, no. There are smaller town squares that need lighting, and I heard the fancy wheels, cells on wheels, Mr. Ansord. Are you contemplating any of those cows for deep rural constituencies so they too can get some service? In Niagara, I'm told, at the far end of South St. James, that people as close as Eldersley, which is on the border, are up with Digicel, but just their neighbor, a house over, don't have service. I want you to contemplate bringing some of these cells on wheels into deep rural town centers, even if you can't get to every home, but that you kind of disaggregate the data you have on parishes and start to see it deeper, especially for the deep rurals like East Central St. James and Southern St. James, and you know, others here can name communities in that regard. My second question is perhaps more suited for OUR, and it has to do with the committee being told today of the restoration percentages, and they sound good in some instances. In others, the 7% of fiber recovery to date by Digicel in St. James sound bad. But are we only relying on the self-reporting of these agencies, Flows, Digicel, JPS, to form or opinion or develop our positions as OUR? Data coming from self-reporting is helpful and, as you know, can sound as good as you want them to sound if you're self-reporting. But for you as the regulatory authority, what are you doing, whether with ODPEM's assistance or JDF's assistance, to ensure that the data coming to us really matches the reality on the ground? And I'm not talking about radar and satellite data, because that doesn't help really in rural constituencies. How are you getting in there to ensure that these are true figures? Thank you.
Thank you. You're correct that we do rely a lot on self-reporting at this stage. That is backed up by some spot visits that we have done, particularly in the case of, well, we've done it for both the electricity and telecommunications. We have also put on our website the data that we get from the company, indicating so that customers themselves who are problem, of course, is that some of these customers who don't have service don't have a way of reporting it either. But we presume that relatives, for example, may say, well, you know, you're saying that this has happened in Katadupa, but my uncle in Katadupa can't get service. So we're relying on that as well. We don't have the capacity to actually do you know, a universal check on these and this information. What we do as well is that we also check the information that comes to us. And indeed, we have had occasions where we have had to question, well, is this really correct? You need to take another look at these figures because they don't, it does not match up with, for example, what you reported last week. So we're carrying through that kind of quality check as well.
There was a second question you had, or a follow-up. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Ansard. But there is a secretariat of sort that is managing this disaster restoration process. And I'm hoping that there is some data center that exists somewhere, maybe out of the Office of the Prime Minister through ODPEM or somewhere, that you can then push back to them to say that we don't have the manpower, but we need data capturers and technology to be able to validate the information so we're not relying on third parties and so on. Have you pushed this to the authority at the Prime Minister's office or through ODPEM so that they can act on it?
No, we have not, but I'll certainly take the suggestion you've made on board, and we'll look at it.
Mr. Clark, I have your name. You don't have to keep turning on your mic, but I have a list of persons who are ahead of you. Mr. Crawford? Oh, sorry, there was a second leg to the...
Yeah, man, sure. On the matter of for all these communities, I think it's fair to say we're using our best efforts in terms of making sure that we keep pace with JPS to get these communities up. I think from our perspective, we are going to do what it takes to see how we can get up as quickly as possible, shortly after JPS completes their work. Now, in the interim as well, obviously there will be mobile solutions. If we get our full coverage up, we will be fine. I think the area where we are also working closely, Minister Mackenzie, and trying to work through the municipality as well, is additional approvals for additional sites to improve the kind of coverage footprint as well. So that's something that we're actually really working on actively. Obviously, we sought additional spectrum, but there will be some mobile solutions for those customers who don't have back fixed service and have good, solid mobile coverage and are able to do that. I think for us, one of the key things, we do have some sites still on Starlink kind of backhaul. Now, if you speak to Stephen and myself, the bill that we have with Starlink is a very, very costly bill in terms. So we have to try and get them off of the Starlink backhaul to our microwave and our fiber network so that we can support the higher traffic that the regular fixed behavior versus the mobile behavior will be able to support.
I'm not hearing you. Could you press the mic to request?
Morning, everyone. Being with Digicel for the last 23 years, I have a true appreciation of some of these rural communities, the Kilmarnocks, the Shaftons, the Eldersley. So bringing back coverage is a three-step approach. For the sites that would have fallen, it's a build back of those sites, which are already far advanced in doing. Additionally, we have gone ahead of the JPS in terms of bringing back power. We now run a refueling exercise, the tune of which I don't know if Stephen would want me to divulge, but we run a refueling exercise. Every 2 to 3 days, we're refueling our generators and bringing our sites back on air. And then additionally, from a backhaul or transport perspective, if you're talking rural, you're not talking fiber, you're talking using a Starlink terminal temporarily to get up service until you can then migrate that to transition to microwave. So that is how we're approaching it. And we do have back service in some of these communities. We actually have back Kilmarnock, Carisbrook. I do believe we have back St. Elizabeth and Maroontown. So we are working into the interior, and we will continue to work through for the rest of the month. Thank you.
the name,
Bjorn Reynolds.
Okay, it's Mr. Crawford.
Thank you, Chairman. Let me start with the operators. I'd like to know the system of your poles and your lines, etc. Is that color grid? All right. So agreed. All right. So the mobile does that use a grid as well? The mobile have any dependence on a grid?
The mobile has dependence on a grid if you have them connected by fiber, I'd say. And for our sites, primarily fiber is a regular connectivity, microwave secondary, and then the new ingredient which we've used is Starlink as to bring them up.
So it can utilize the grid or it cannot utilize the grid?
No, but we primarily utilize the grid.
When you're using him as a partner?
Yes.
But the chairman spoke to some others coming into market as in the future that may not be coming through partnership and might be executing their own disbursement. Looking at that probability, how would that affect the average fixed cost of maintaining the grid? And by extension, how could that impact the price to the customer and your capacity to keep the grid in its strongest form?
I think from our perspective, scale is always going to be what helps to reduce costs. A more competitive environment, obviously competing with other players, Starlink, et cetera, does put some competitive pressures from that perspective in terms of the cost footprint being shared amongst less, you know. I think from that perspective, we still will compete, obviously, you know, but it will put its pressure. And obviously, in terms of the maintenance of the grid and the pole route, we both pay pole sharing fees. We form part of the revenue of the Jamaica Public Service as well, right? In terms of what we spend somewhere region about 20-something million a year with JPS. So it's also part of their revenue, which they use to maintain their network as well. So I would say to you, it will put some pressures. It will put pressures on pricing and affordability. But as much as possible, we're trying to make sure that we maintain it in as best a way so that we maintain the kind of cost structure to the consumer. I think that's been one of the biggest barriers. Because as you can see, I mean, even though we pass 770, or subscriber number in this space is somewhere in about the 300 plus range, right? On the broadband network. So it's not a matter that it's not accessible, but affordability is a key thing that we're going to have to tackle together as a nation, together with the government. And obviously, I mean, I know there's a lot of work on the National Broadband Network, those kind of initiatives as well. If we can get back to the table to see how practically we can solve it, how practically we can really make sizable steps towards Vision 2030 in a shorter space of time, because we don't have a lot of time, but it's to make sure we make those kind of moves.
Okay. The billions that you're both spending at this particular point in time to get the grid back up, is that a focus on just accessibility, or is there any consideration about future resilience in this current expenditure?
I'll go first on this one, Stephen. Yeah, so I think it's a great question. So I know Bjorn sort of alluded it to, but it's phased. So when Mr. Clark held...
Mr. Mira, just speak a little more directly into
Sorry, yeah. When we had the infrastructure meeting with Mr. Clark a couple of weeks ago, so I talked about 2 phases. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Yes,
okay.
A little better now, but we're also struggling a little bit with the accent, so soften it a little bit.
I have a Manchester accent, don't you? I'm just going to throw that out there. And you know my wife's a Mandeville, so just be careful. So two phases I talked about them. So it's the recovery immediately, And in the secondary piece, we've been working on future. But at the minute, the future, we're probably seeing more medium rather than long term. So we've done a couple of things. So obviously the team are hell-bent on recovering, restoration, and that's obviously got a phased approach. We've started to look at more strategic pieces about resilience, and I think that's probably the word I probably use the most. And that might be using future technology, but today it's more about resilience. So last week we would have signed the agreement with the Jamaica North-South Highway, China Harbour as the parent company, to utilise the ducting infrastructure, so we're basing from Kingston all the way up to the top to Ochi, to basically put that fibre infrastructure underground. So that's not new technology, but that enables us to try and provide some resilience on that as well. So I actually just came from our board meeting giving the same message, talking about the future, and we have a follow-up in a couple of weeks' time to talk about, you know, are there opportunities for partnership? It might be a partnership like we have today. We have a partnership, long-term partnership with the North and South Ring. That might be a partnership to do an underground network between both businesses. You know, that could be the case. It could be a quasi-government national infrastructure sharing, like we've seen in different parts of the world. So I think it's important that we have those conversations in tandem so we can find the way to make the right decisions from business and country at the same time as well. So immediate restoration is laser focused 24/7, but separately been working on what are the resilience methods. Some might include new technology like the satellite piece for backhaul, you know, so imagine the site stays up, but you could flick on the satellite technology, provide some communication immediately. That could be, you know, certainly today, you know, Stephen had 200, we've got 50 of those sites on today that might not have had that previously. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
I think from more perspective, you have to approach this with a resilience lens. And I think Beryl put us in that kind of mindset, where we started putting a significant amount of underground infrastructure. What we are in the process of doing as we speak, as we restore, you remember we had a significant copper network across the length and breadth of the country. Largely, that copper infrastructure was underground. As we remove that copper, now we have some open ducts, which we will start moving the fiber into those ducts, because they had no space before. So as we restore, we are moving that underground. You will come up above ground for distribution to homes, but largely that will be underground from that perspective. In terms of strength and coverage and capacity, those discussions are well down the wicket. In terms of additional spectrum, Mr. Vaz has been really helpful in this process. But what we'll end up doing now is that gives us the opportunity to do some new things, right? And new things like sidewalk sites. If you want to embark on any other newer technologies, sidewalk sites has to become a part of the kind of arsenal that you have, in the sense of, as you look towards smart cities, sidewalk sites has to become more a part of that. And that is also revenue earning opportunity.
Mr. Price, for oldsters like me, what's a sidewalk site?
A sidewalk site, it's like a cell site, right? But it is done on a particular type of pole, which you can have multi-purpose in terms of GPS, in terms of lighting, in terms of public Wi-Fi, as well as self-coverage. As you go down the road of newer technologies, be it 5G, 6G, whatever the case may be, as you use those spectrums, it's going to be a lot more dense in terms of the amount of sites that you're going to need across the country. So you see Digital with 900, if they were to launch 5G, 6G, they would have to have probably double the sites in order to get the kind of densities that you need. So we have to work with the municipalities to see how we can bring that to light. I think the key thing is it's a revenue opportunity for the municipalities as well, in order to earn from site leases, using sidewalks, etc. So those are things that we want to look towards. I think definitely from a technology, I think we have the backbone. The fiber backbone is there. The end terminals will continue to improve and change in terms of gig speeds, more than gig speeds, but you have to make sure you have the solid backbone in place. I think mobile will become a lot more, a stronger part of the arsenal, because obviously that's far-reaching and that's where a significant part of the investments are. So I think definitely resilience, future-proofing is quite key at this time. And for our purposes, we're going to spend more to restore this time around because we have to think of the future in mind.
Thank you. Now, the government has been investing extensively in roadworks under the SPARK program. And in doing so, they have engaged the Water Commission. Is there any opportunity? I think they're doing 200 in the first phase and multiple other roads in the other phases. Have the government engaged you, or you engaged the government for such resilience effort in that kind of construction?
I think, Mr. Crawford, I'm just going to ask if you have a couple more, just ask them.
Okay, all right.
And then
yes, all right, in that construction.
In the interest of efficiency.
No problem.
Okay, I think from our perspective,
hold on, Mr. President. He's just going to...
Okay, so I'm asking if the SPARK program that is currently engaged in multiple road infrastructure, if there are opportunities to engage the government to have some of that works be inclusive of your resilience effort. Additionally, is there any law or investment that you perceive is necessary for you to engage that resilience and to hasten that effort moving forward, as we would have been the necessary lawmakers, but inclusive of investments that you may need from a government partnership standpoint to engage and encourage that resilience? We have identified what the outages can cause from security, health risk, fire, etc. already. As it relates to copper, is there any global best practice that we have not adopted from a legal standpoint or from a business standpoint? And is there, in the same way you have a appraisal last unit, is there a unit to protect the necessary infrastructure among the police? And if not, would that help if you had that infrastructure protection unit in the same way we had a appraisal last unit? Final question, Chairman, is to the OUR. Coming out of the burial experience, is there any input, and is there any law that allows for the government to indicate to the providers your priority areas for restoration? For example, areas with police stations, areas with hospitals and clinics. Can the government influence or instruct the providers as to the priorities for what is that? Reconnection and reconstruction. Those are my questions, Chairman.
Thank you.
Okay, let me start with the kind of SPARK program question. I think we have had good collaboration with the NWA, the St. Thomas kind of highway. We engaged, had good discussions, and had the ability to build the kind of ducts that we needed, which we are now in from a St. Thomas perspective. Wherever we do have works, what the NWA instructs us to do, if we're going to use the right-of-way, that we build additional ducts for other persons to share. That we've done, especially, let's say, the Maypen, Spur Tree, all the way down. We've done quite a bit of that. I think what we have to do is, fundamentally, as a country, I think we have to do a one dig policy, if you understand what I mean. I think that's a level of collaboration that we have to come to in order to make sure that if we are doing roads, we have a one dig policy around that. But I think obviously it has to have structure around it, because not everybody is going to have the investment capital to do it at the same time every year. So it's going to take the kind of planning ahead to make sure that you say, okay, fine. In 12 to 24 months, we're going to start this. Line up yourself in terms of the level of investment so you can move these cables into these kind of underground conduits, be it electricity, be it water, be it whatever as the case may be. So I think we have to come together to collaborate on that piece. Obviously, they still have to define how do we work with the right-of-way policy in terms of how we share infrastructure as well with the government. So I think there's a lot more dialogue what we have to do to get there. Yeah. On the infrastructure protection piece, I will say to you, both ourselves, Digicel and ourselves, we have collaborated with JPS in the past. We have several pieces of our security apparatus. I know Mr. Barrows is quite familiar in terms of the level of collaboration we've had in the past. And we work well with CTOC, we work well with the police around that. I think the challenge is and why we work with CTOC, it is real organized crime. It is real organized crime. If you see the case that just was reported in the news yesterday, this person has been arrested 3 times and will face the court in another parish again. And this happens, the same people, they do the cost-benefit analysis and say, this fine, I can pay this fine, or I can serve this 3 months, and I'm back out, and I'm going to make money by the kind of work, by stealing batteries, etc. You know? I think it is, we just have to get really, really serious about this, because this is a national infrastructure. Our children get educated, our health systems are going this way in terms of digital health. Policing is going to be critical for policing moving forward, so we have to treat with it as a really serious crime.
All right, members, we have to wrap up the telecoms, but 2 final.
No.
You mean OUR to respond? No, I'm just saying we have to keep our questions and responses very tight, because we haven't reached JPS yet, which I know is important for us to reach with the OUR. So let's try and aim for 5 more minutes. I have, apart from the answers outstanding, I have Mr. Phillips, your question, you still have Mr. Phillips, Mrs. Dalrymple, Philibert, and then Mr. Clark wants to cycle back again. So let's just cut it at that. Sorry? That's Ms. Dalrymple, Philibert, I think, yeah. All right, so just let's try and aim to wrap up in 5 to 10 minutes maximum on the telecom sector. Who is?
Am I?
I'm not.
Am I?
You have to, right, you have to request first before I can turn it on.
Thank you. In relation to the question dealing with, is there any law that gives the government the authority to for the prioritization of the various areas? The government of Jamaica having declared Jamaica to be a disaster area under the Disaster Risk Management Act, that in itself invokes certain powers to both the government and the country as a whole, that so that you can coordinate a response to act in an emergency and to ensure that the country essentially try to return to subnormality and have a recovery or a disaster recovery. So within the ambit of the constituted authority for the responsibility for Jamaica being the government of Jamaica, along with the declaration of the disaster area, that in itself culminates in the government trying to work together with everybody to ensure that the country basically is returned to normal. Yes.
All right, we're Mr. Phillips.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Hewitt, I'm coming off of what Member Burchell spoke about before. When listening to your report and looking at the report from the utility companies, it's really just taking information from them and giving a report. And the question was asked about, well, a preliminary audit, that if you have done your own audit of what is being reported, to know if what they're saying is so. And your answer was that you didn't have the capacity to do your own audit, right? But after Beryl, how is it then that you were able to then say that what they are telling you is so, and that everything is in place as, you know, customers have been putting in time and all information given? How did you know, know that what they're giving is so? Secondly, in your report, you speak about regulatory challenges, and you know, from where you sit, is there anything that you can do from a recommendation in what has been asked by both companies that are in front of us, in making a recommendation of looking at the laws? You know, as Member Crawford said, just like we have the pre-deal larceny law, which gives more teeth to the police and has given more to the courts itself in fines and sentencing, in having the ministry deal with the matter of theft. Thirdly, for the telecoms companies, when you came here after Beryl, you spoke about putting in redundancy systems at your cell sites. Can you tell the committee how many of your sites you had outfitted with these redundancy systems, generators? I know in some instances you're putting the panels and batteries, backup batteries. How many did you do during the period? Because basically a year. And you know, and are you going in that direction, seeing the destruction that has happened, and the pace of time that JPS would basically take to put back electricity to some of these sites? Are my questions.
All right. Yeah. Oh, you are?
So thanks, Member. So my response was more in relation to real-time audit. Even as the restoration is going on, to be able to tell you, you know, that everything is correct is not something that we have the capacity to do. We do, in fact, have the ability to appoint auditors and to conduct audit ourselves, but those are like post-restoration activities, which is something that we considered after Beryl, for example, and looked at to see whether or not we really needed to do that kind of audit. We also needed would have to do verification as well, because there's claim on the insurance funds. So we'd need to check on that. So we do have the capacity to do post-event audits. It's a question of doing it real time that I was seeking to address. On the issue of recommendations for penalties, and so we have in fact been lobbying to increase the penalties for incursion on the networks. We do believe that there should be some kind of omnibus legislation. We do share the view that there might be it might be important to regard incursions on the network as almost akin to terrorism, because it does have serious, and we have made that clear, our position clear, for a number of years, that this is our position. We will continue to do that. We will continue to agitate for that. Sure, my colleague.
Yes, and the Director General had also pointed out in his presentation that whilst we do not have the capacity to have the real formal audits, we do in fact rely on our complaints section of the OUR, where we have persons call in to say that, you know, their telcos have not restored in a particular area, or their electricity have not been restored in a particular area. Oh, okay. And so and that's primarily the reason why we have an interactive map on our website, so that we can have some sort of feedback from our customers. And even on our OUR programs, which we have on the radio, we indicate that to them, that listen, if you're not having restoration in particular areas, and that they say that they have restored, please contact us some way. So we are trying to find very creative ways in order to verify the information. But primarily, we must say, both for Digicel and Flow, that they have been pretty accurate in their reporting.
And the reason why I asked the question, Director, is in just the last PAC meeting, a permanent secretary came here and basically spoke about the challenges of getting information, especially from JPS. I mean, while I'm sitting here, I have constituents WhatsApping me about when are we going to get electricity. And a key point that members complained about at the last meeting is how it is that the political directorate also plays a part in reporting. We have no direct contact to a Flow, a JPS, or a Digicel on who it is that we speak to, who is it that we get reports from. So in the mix of things, how is it that we can communicate, and how is it that we can get information that is proper information? And the reason why I ask about the audit, because how is it then that you said that you get accurate information, but how do you know that it is accurate information if you yourself don't have information yourself independent of what they are giving to verify that what they are saying is so? Yeah? And because they have a way of, we have 80% as in Manchester, and as the member spoke about St. James, but Mandeville is not Manchester. Mandeville is where the bulk of the persons live. South Manchester, I can speak about Northwest Manchester, going into deep rural communities that are left out. And they call us, we don't know what to say to them. So I think you are there as the protector for the consumers. Then there has to be a mechanism on how it is that you somewhat do a real-time audit. You know, it may not be dead on, but at least you know what is happening out there and not just relying on the information. I'm not saying that they're not giving you the correct information, but in instances where we ourselves are not getting any at all, makes it much harder for us to even report to our constituents.
All right, I think the point has been made. Could we go now to Mrs. Dalrymple-Filbert?
I'm going to be very brief. I've listened to the two telecommunications company, has listened to what OUR has said. And the phrase that comes to mind is that it is good for those who give, to give without remembering, and those who receive not to forget to say thanks. So I'm going to start this morning by thanking both telecommunication companies and the OUR for what has been taking place since the passage of Melissa, because it is very evident that there has been a major improvement since Beryl. And I want to reinforce the call from St. James, the member, that I know you're going to do the town centers, but if you could pick out one or two of our deep rural communities to give, we would appreciate that. But you know, I want to make it clear that it is evident that the companies, that OUR, with the assistance of the government, have been working as APS workers on the road trying to restore power. And we want it, and as a rural Member of Parliament.
Technology was raised, and it was quite evident that in the case here, Flow was committed to pursuing resilient technology. And I'm just listening to the conversation, I'm picking that up now from both Flow and Digicel. And that there are many pathways to do that, and investing as individually, but I heard, I hope I'm right, that you would also explore both companies. And it was in another committee, and it's here again. The issue of, in some theft, but I think you use intentional vandalism. And I just want to know what's the impact on your coverage, on your connectivity, this intentional vandalism. That's one. Two, I know you're asking government to make the sanctions tougher as part of preventative. But I'm not sure if you'd be able to disclose that, but are you also yourself pursuing methods and ways to address this from a company standpoint? I mean, I'm not sure, but are these devices?
Mr. Williams, the company spent a great deal of time on vandalism and theft in their presentations. That's why I said when you come late, you're really asking all of us to go back over ground that has been covered.
Mr. Chairman, I
if you
heard their
it, you weren't
presentation.
listening keenly because a lot of time has been spent on that.
I heard their presentation in full.
Well, then this is just a redundant question. Then, because
you haven't heard my question, Mr. Chairman.
Full explanation.
Well, you haven't heard my
members.
question, Mr. Chairman. You haven't heard my question.
I've heard your
question. So
question.
let me ask my question, Mr. Chair. So I'm asking if some of these devices, you mentioned batteries, are there technology that would allow you to track batteries? Yeah, I'm just thinking that there are probably ways and technology that can be utilized as part of your company's approach to addressing this. I know the approach with respect to government that you're seeking, but I'm just asking if the impact is so huge on your coverage and connectivity, are there different ways that you can, or is it too expensive, or would it, raise the cost of your service? So I'm just asking. Just one other thing as I close. Your Hurricane Beryl experience. After Hurricane Beryl, I know you would have, put in measures, to enhance your resilience with respect to Beryl. Your experience from Beryl and the measures the companies put in place, in your now Melissa experience and post-Melissa, are you seeing from your now experience the benefits of the measures put in place after Hurricane Beryl? These are my few questions, very short. I don't know why Mr. Chair had a big issue with my questions.
Companies, I just ask you to be very quick in responding because these areas have largely been covered already, but just go ahead. There's a mic is on.
Yes, so let me address the question about the impact of vandalism. And I will use the experience of September 3rd. I'm almost certain most, if not all, the members here are aware of the outage on the network on September 3rd. That was an act of vandalism, right? Where 40% of our capacity, on-island capacity, was impacted, right? So that's what we're referring to. And Stephen spoke about the punishment being more punitive measures being taken to treat with the act. As a matter of fact, it's a threat to national security. That's how we view it. So I think it is time for the government to strengthen the laws and the punishment as it relates to vandalism of the telecommunication infrastructure, right? So the question about the steps or measures taken since Hurricane Beryl that we're benefiting from now. And Stephen spoke about it earlier. We are hardening the network, as we term it, right? We have placed over 80 kilometers of fiber, core fiber that carry the core traffic underground, right? To protect the infrastructure from elements such as our natural disasters such as hurricane, specifically for hurricane, and the work and the investment continues. So that's how I want to update the member about steps being taken. Minister Phillips asked a question about the mobile sites. What was done since Hurricane Beryl to ensure that the sites are more resilient? We installed 142 additional 142 generators at our mobile sites across the island. It is in the presentation, right? So 142, as it relates to alternative power, we install additional 15 panels, solar-powered systems at our cell sites across the island. So those are some of the steps that we're taking, and the investment continues, okay?
All right, and if one else feels compelled, but if not, I see, do you want to say, fine?
I just wanted to, I think Mike is probably giving you, and we use lots of different technology, but clearly we wouldn't want to discuss it openly in public for obvious reasons. But I wanted to go back to the question for the Minister about communication. So every single day we send out a communication to government, to the Minister, municipalities, and apologies if you're not on that distribution, we can fix that. So every day, we don't just say, well, you're 81%. I say, this location is now back online. You know, Bjorn talked about Kilmarnock, but we say this site, because people can relate to the community that's related. So that's sent every single day without fail, you know, so it spreads around. I also send 1 million WhatsApps to send the same message as well. So if anybody wants to be part of that isn't, then definitely we can add you that. So if particularly, you know, a member of your constituency asks about their specific location, we can give it an indication on that. So no problem at all. But every day it goes to Minister, OUR, all of the municipalities. You know, we send that message out every day, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. I see one more response.
Well, just one comment for Minister Michael Phillips. The community that you spoke of is Arkembedi, which is North Manchester, between the community of Troy and Wait a Bit. We're working on it. Thank you. No?
It's actually between Oxford and Troy, but not up. Yeah. So it's northwest Manchester, so it is closer to the border of St. Elizabeth.
You know the area well, but not as well as the MP. Thank you very much, teams from Flow and Digicel. We can release you now, as we're going to ask the OUR to go to their GPS and then NWC sections. But we really appreciate the time and the extensive presentations you shared both yesterday in writing and in taking the time and patience to address all the questions and concerns of our members. Thank you. We're going to continue now with the OUR, and they will complete their presentation. We will break at 1:30 or before if they don't have as much time, and then we will reconvene at 2:30. The Ministry of Finance is not ready for 2. They signaled that they were unable to come for 2. So we will reconvene at 2:30. That's the plan now. For the third supplementary, sorry. There is no lunch downstairs, unfortunately, so I'm told. So we have to make our own arrangements for launch. All right. What are those arrangements? They're our own arrangements, individual. All right, Mr. Hewitt, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. So moving to the electricity sector, and again, you know what the facts are, that some 540,000 customers were out of electricity at the end of the storm, the hurricane. The report we now have is that 158,000 customers are still out of electricity. So there's now 530,000 customers that are being served. The effect of the hurricane was that going into the hurricane, the natural gas unit, that ship that supplying natural gas, had to go to safe harbor. So that was disconnected on the 23rd of October, and it was out for until I think the 31st. To assist JPS in preparation for the hurricane, we approved an advance of $5 million from the disaster fund. JPS reported to us, as we had discussed previously, that they had engaged arrangements with overseas linesmen to come in the event that they were necessary. And indeed, crews from the US and St. Vincent were mobilized. There are a lot of public advisories, which I won't get into the details on. But what is the situation today? I'm told that there is 790 megawatt of capacity available, and the peak is around 400, and the last peak would have, since the hurricane, would have been 467 megawatt. The renewables, there's 50 megawatt of capacity available. The 8 River facility was severely damaged and is not available to the system. The report we have is that some 58 of 80 transmission lines were damaged. Approximately 900 defects were identified, and 66% of HV damage concentrated in western parishes. So the destruction to transmission was unprecedented. And then there's the distribution system, again, severely damaged, and the details are there, so I won't repeat them. Now, there's a graph that has shown how the restoration has gone, that you can take a look at. But then JPS outlined to us 2 paths at a couple of weeks after the restoration effort started. Path 1, which would have seen restoration going until into May, and Part 2, where if they were able to mobilize additional resources, they would see restoration going into February. Thankfully, they have found a way to pursue Part 2, and therefore we're expecting that the restoration will be completed in February. There is there's a disaster fund that essentially is self-insurance that is presided over by the OUR. And going into there would have been claims after Beryl, so the fund would have been somewhat depleted. But going into the hurricane, there was essentially an available balance of about 50 million, considering outstanding Beryl claim as well. And up to date,
when you say considering, this is after the Beryl claim? That 50 million had to cover both?
No, considering outstanding claims from Beryl, netting that out.
Netting that out, so you had 50 million.
50 million, that was
US dollars.
Right. We have to date given JPS authorization to take 45 million essentially. So there is a $5 million that is kept in the fund for prudential reasons. So that is what has happened with the disaster fund. Now, JPS has also given us some commitments in terms of restoration, and we have shared those with you. The current situation, it is claimed, is that St. Catherine and KSA are 99% restored. The eastern parishes are the eastern parishes are on track for restoration by Christmas, and then there are targets for St. Anne for 80%, and western parishes, they're still not the kind of hard commitment on those that can allow us to be certain. But with the new facility that they have, we'd expect them to be able. I'm expecting that with track 2, they will be able to give us more firm commitments. And in fact, we have now, actually, there is, if you see it, I'll refer you to the report that we have provided on the electricity system recovery. On page 12, there is a detailed commitment in terms of parish by parish restoration. And so there are areas in Westmoreland, for example, and that they have committed
Mr. Hewitt, is that
restoring.
what the slide you're referring to that's on the screen?
No, this is not on this.
It's not on the slide
this is not on your
presentation.
slides. It's in the detailed report on the electricity sector. That provides you with the commitments that they have given that we certainly intend to hold them to. So that's about it for the electricity sector. And we expect as well that JPS will provide us with, will now be in a position to give us more details in terms of restoration of specific areas, because we have been pushing them to have those published so that for planning purposes as well. Now, there is clearly there has been a reluctance to do it initially because of the resource situation and the uncertainty about that. Now that we have got there's greater clarity on resources, it seems to me that the company ought to be in a position to be more definitive in terms of giving broad targets in terms of areas in which restoration will take place and what citizens, what residents can expect. So we expect that they'll provide that information going forward.
Just complete your presentation to include NWC,
Okay.
and then we'll have the questions at the end.
So then, thanks, Chair. So the NWC reported to us that among the serious issues that they face post the storm would have been the hurricane, washout and structural failure of key transmission mains and distribution line, flooding and mechanical damage at major treatment facilities and pumping stations, stormwater intrusion, which overwhelmed the sewer network, resulting in sewer collapses, compromised access routes, impeding system recovery, high operational expenditure for emergency response, generators, fuel, and equipment rental. We have provided in the table, as we have from NWC, a kind of comparison between what the situation was on the 4th of November, which we consider for them operating on a normal condition, and what the situation is, or they said it is on the 1st of December. And you will see what has taken place in terms of restoration and rehabilitation. So, and again, we also have some details as to the restoration of critical facilities, which has to go on in tandem with JPS's restoration in instances where the NWC does not have alternative power supplies. Now, I don't want to to highlight some regulatory challenges that may impede the progress for NWC's restoration. NWC has estimated the preliminary estimate of damage is essentially $10 billion, right? And that they need to spend $4.65 billion in the first 3 months. So they have gone 2 months already. And another $5.25 billion. They have requested, we have what is called the K factor, which really is a facility that is to deal with leakages primarily and energy efficiency for the NWC. That facility, NW is seeking to tap fund from it. Well, there are 2 ways it works. There is a charge that is applied to customer bills at the end of, for each month, and that charge goes into the K factor fund. NWC has asked that in light of the recovery costs, that we allow them to not put that portion into the K factor fund over a 6-month period, I think it is. So that will help to fund some of the restoration. The K factor has some over $5 billion in it, and Jamaican dollars, J dollars, yes. And NWC has asked for immediate access to $2 billion in that. So that's something that we're looking at, and I think we're disposed to say, because even though it does not fall within the K factor arrangement, the fact is that if you can't supply water, then you cannot collect any money anyway. So,
and the use of the K factor is left to the discretion of the OUR?
Yes, the OUR, well, there are rules governing it, and the current rules say what it is to be used for, and to draw down on it, the NWC
But you
needs
can vary that, even though this is not within the rules. In other words, no law has to be changed.
No law has to be changed because we constructed the rules. We just need to be...
So it's an administrative...
It is an administrative decision, but we need to demonstrate that it is consistent with the principles or that there is great justification for this kind of exception.
So effectively, this is in a sense, the equivalent of the disaster fund that JPS has?
No, not.
But in
this
case,
in this case, they're asking it to be treated almost
like
as the equivalent of the disaster.
Because there's no equivalent disaster.
There's no equivalent for the NWC. Now, yes.
But how would that affect the drawdown from the existing funds and from future funds? How would that affect projects that are in line for those funding?
Right.
I guess it's a reprioritization.
Right. So you're spot on, Mr. Chairman. That
I'm a former chairman of the Water Commission, so I understand a little about K factor. And
it shows that. First of all, there's the issue of we have to make sure that there is whatever is spent out of the fund, that there is sufficient fund left to meet ongoing requirement, because some borrowing has been done against the K factor. So hence, we would not be saying, look, you can tap all of the K factor, because there are obligations that the K factor has that has to be sustained. So that's one consideration. And the second, as the chair said, is that clearly, if you are going to use some of the existing funds to recover from the disaster, you're going to have to do some reprioritization. But including perhaps delays of projects. No. But again, there are all kinds of things that happen with this reconstruction. You may have gains and speeding up of projects as well. So it may not be a zero-sum game at all.
I just push through to the end of your presentation.
I'm sorry?
Just push through to the end of your presentation.
So the only other thing is that, clearly there is still going to be, even if you've tapped the K factor, there's still going to be this gap, which we expect, of course, that the government will take up. Our view has been to the government that clearly NWC, it has to be treated as part of the disaster recovery plan, and therefore we'd expect the government as shareholder to fill whatever gap there is. I think that I can stop there. I'm sorry? Remember?
Yeah, so we will move now to questions, and as I did previously, use the chairman's prerogative to ask the first two questions. There was a report, your annual report was tabled in Parliament yesterday, Ministry Paper number 46, 2025. And it's relevant to this K factor and the use of the K factor fund. You reported that net revenue water averaged 31.8%. Now I know that we've spent billions on the K factor, from the K factor fund over the last couple of decades, trying to reduce the non-revenue water losses. We know that some of that is inevitable because of processed water and so on, but I had really anticipated that by now the net revenue water would have been higher than this. And just for members' comparison, 26% billed versus 74% classified as non-revenue water for the National Water Commission. But the private providers produce 3.6 million cubic meters and bill 2.8 cubic meters. So they have a much higher level of billable water, so it shows that it is achievable. And having spent billions over 2 decades, because the K factor was there from my time, should this 26% build be accepted? Maybe we should just, really look at how effectively this K factor is achieving what it was intended to achieve when it was instituted. That's one. The second question has to do with the JPS. You, again, with reference to your Ministry Paper 46, in 2024, you comment that unusually for May, so this was before burial, peak demand dropped by 2% to 678 megawatts. And I want to tie this back to what one senior manager at JPS described to me as a death spiral of the transmission and distribution grid, because the best commercial customers, or many of the best commercial customers, were setting up their own cogeneration facilities, gas-fired cogeneration facilities. Many of the best residential customers and smaller commercial customers were moving off the grid to solar, or substantially moving off the grid to solar. So the same overheads, particularly of the new gas-generated plants, now had to be distributed across a smaller base, which means that the cost per kilowatt hour will continue to be very high. So that now impacts affordability at the lower end. So here you are getting squeezed from the top. You're losing your best residential and your best commercial customers who can afford to pursue alternatives, whether renewables or otherwise. And at the bottom, more people cannot afford to formally access JPS. So you're getting a squeeze from the top and the bottom. And so the company that has the transmission and distribution system is really getting the squeeze in the middle, because the generating companies are guaranteed their returns. and they only have to plug into the grid, and they don't struggle with the distribution losses, etc. So I would want you to explain, particularly at a time when we're hearing that the government, if it is not repaid the loans, it will just have to step in and take over back the company. Now, will what is left of the JPS, outside of the independent private power producers, of which the major shareholders of JPS are one of those, would we be stepping in to take over a company that's commercially looking at a secular decline in their revenues because of this death spiral that I've described?
Thanks. Thanks, Chair. I'm going to take the first question, and I'm going to punt to our Deputy Director General in charge of electricity and water for the second, so just giving him notice on that. So on the first, I think you would have noted that in my own comments in that annual report, I expressed my own disappointment with what has transpired with regard to NWC and the K factor. And I also did point out, however, that the bright light in that, the sign of hope in that is that KSA, the program undertaken in the KSA, has reduced non-revenue water to somewhere around 40, in the mid-40s, coming down from 70%. So that's, we're hoping that that becomes more of a template for what is to be done across the island, including a project that is currently on the way in St. Catherine, including the Portmore area. So yes, there has been the great disappointment that we haven't secured better figures in terms of non-revenue water. The part of the difficulty has been that because it is a network, you fix leaks in one place and it creates pressure in another. So until you get to a kind of, I don't want to use the optimal point in the network, until you get to a point in the network where your fixing leaks don't actually just introduce pressure in other areas, it's going to be difficult to see the overall figure coming down. But I think the NWC is managing now to sectionalize its system better, and to hopefully over the next few years we'll see some gainful reductions in non-revenue water.
So, and how is that non-revenue water divided between leaks and theft? Is there any estimate of that? Leaks, theft, and processed water.
There are estimates, but I'm not convinced that they're reliable.
That they're reliable. Okay. JP, the response on.
Yes. Thank you. The question of the utility debt spiral is a fascinating concept, but I'm not too certain if at this stage of the game, if it is applicable to Jamaica. The fall in demand that you referred to last year, it was contrasting what happened before burial and what happened after burial. Before burial, the demand was pretty high, but after burial, it fell because two things. One, there was less demand force as a result of the hurricane. And the second thing is we transitioned to cooler months. But the evidence is that there has been growth in the demand or the kilowatt, the energy consumption from JPS actually. In fact, what has happened is that a couple years ago, we at the OUR indicated that we think that electricity would be growing by 1.6%. And JPS insisted that it would be growing by about 0.6%. And what happened is, after what came out post-COVID, they upped their growth, which was higher than ours, in fact. So there is a risk, I would say, but the evidence points to growth in electricity consumption. There are some people coming off the grid. There has been even one instance where one has come back, that I know of, a very large one has come back. But insofar as I'm concerned, we have to pay attention to keeping prices as low as possible. But at the same time, what seemed to be happening is that there has been growth in terms of
what's the average growth
consumption
per annum over the last 10 years or 5 years, whatever? Well, I know you said what were the projected growth and they've exceeded that, but
over
I'm
the
just
last
asking,
5 years, taking out what happened during COVID, there has been growth since about 2016. In fact, one of the reasons why JPS moved from a price cap to a revenue cap was because they had fears that electricity growth was going south or in the negative direction, so as to secure their income. But what actually happened after that was quite different. Electricity energy consumption has kept on growing. And as I said before, if we exempt the COVID period.
So, I mean, do you have an actual objective figure you could share with us? I hear you that there's been growth. If you say 2016, there was, how much 100 or whatever megawatts, however you measure it, of electricity consumed versus 2024, or 23 if you want to use a more normal year. What would those figures look like?
Well, I couldn't speak to the exact numbers, but we could provide it.
You could provide it. Well,
we could provide it.
Yeah, so the last 10 years, and we'd be able to circle the anomalies for COVID or burial and so
sure.
On. I think Mrs. Hornes had signaled. I hope you know how impartial I am.
Oh, really, you're not, but we will do that in housekeeping afterwards. Welcome to Parliament. My first question is really the JPS element of it. The fact that we, through adversity, have had to look at opportunities. Is OUR, is JPS, is the government in any way contemplating nuclear energy as a possible source of significantly reduced energy costs? I'm not sure if you would be able to answer me on that element. And I know you spoke to areas easterly, like my constituency, East Rural, St. Andrew. We still do not have power in the hills. But what concerns me is the information given by JPS, and our membership at last meeting pointed it out, still doesn't give us an idea as to which communities are affected and any schedule of when communities will come back on board. I recall the only beautiful schedule I saw was one that was fake. And then, yes, it was literally somebody who constructed a beautifully crafted fake document.
It was very encouraging. It was a very encouraging fake
Very
schedule.
discouraging, because the dates on it were very fake. So that would help us, and it has gotten deeper for us, because my first experience in Burial, we pushed ahead to clear main roads our thinking was the lines run along the main thoroughfare, and that is what would help JPS with restoration. And then they got back to us and said, no, you know, this particular one goes through the bush of here, and that particular one goes through this tiny road that we literally left and said, we're not going to clear there because we need JPS back up. And so we said to them that first time, look, when we have a situation of this nature, there needs to be some sort of coordination with the political representatives so that between NAA, who is in the space, and we are heavily in the space, you have a lot of workers, community persons who would be communicating with us. We need to find a more efficient way of knowing where do you need to go and what are the issues you are having and in what way we can help. That is, we're still not there. We would really need OUR to take a look at some sort of long-term approach to when we have emergency situations in the way that JPS has a community group that they've set up with themselves and the parish council, that it goes a little deeper and we have representatives from almost every community who would be able to say what is happening. And it could act as a mechanism in your own audit of the information you're getting, re-flow, re-JPS, re-water, from various communities across different constituencies. Our challenge is particularly deep in Kingston and St. Andrew because though you have said 1%, that 1% is with us still hearing, we cannot come to you in some spaces because we don't have any trucks at all. So could someone guide us as to whether there are 0 trucks left in Kingston and St. Andrew for JPS? We have offered to help with widening roads. We have offered to help with if the road, no matter what, is just too narrow, we will meet you at a point, and then we can help to take the poles from there up. Community persons have offered to help to dig the holes. And our last response, and we do check daily, JPS said to us for the communities of Davids Hill, Halls Delight, Westphalia, they still cannot answer us as to when they will have trucks that will be able to take poles to us, which we think is very unacceptable. For water, Chairman understands the K factor far better than I do, but I am looking at, separate and apart from the savings we have had as a government from projects like that introduced of Portmore, St. Catherine, Kingston, the KSA, which has significantly reduced our non-revenue water. Cost of living continues to be a cry of Jamaicans, and if we can get anything for cheap, we'll happily take it over anything that costs us more. Water is considered to be life, and water residents would love to be able to get so cheap that where we're losing revenues because people are stealing water, they would love to be in a position to even pay flat rates and have the ability to get and feel like I'm a paying customer. Is there any potential significant reduction in costs that we could have at NWC using solar pumps as a part of our operation? And now that we have had the experience of Melissa and there are persons offering to donate and to provide grants to us, persons have been saying, look, we are willing to send you solar-powered pumps. Is that something that we should push or pursue, and is that something that would renown to a significant benefit in the cost of operations for NWC and potentially far more resilience in us not depending on electricity needing to come back first before we can get water at many of the areas that are rural? Thank you.
Thanks, Amber. I'm going to ask DDG Lewis to respond to the issue of considerations about nuclear. And I'm going to ask DDG Wilson to speak to the. Okay, you want to speak on nuclear as well as on the issue of the restoration of power and also water. I'll probably say something at the end about the details for restoration going forward. Member.
Yes, okay. Thanks for the questions. Regarding nuclear energy, nuclear energy is the concept of small modular nuclear energy is relatively new. There are perhaps about 18 technologies, and the decision as to which ones are the most useful in the context of a small island economy, those things have not been settled as yet. What I should also say is that there is no example of a small island with nuclear energy, and it takes at least 10 years for planning to take place. But some positive things have been happening in Jamaica in the sense that we have been a part, the Ministry of Energy, along with the OER, we have been in discussions about nuclear energy. Consideration is given to including that particular technology in the IRP, the Integrated Resource Plan. So we're thinking about it. Of course, as I said before, we would just be in the pre-planning stage. But for that to happen, it would not happen until 10, 15, 20 years from now. But the planning and the thought process, which is important, has already begun. With regards to what is happening in some areas where there is the restoration all around, there's nothing more painful than to have yourself surrounded by a ring of light and you are in darkness. And so I can understand the discomfort and the unease that people are experiencing in Eastern St. Andrew. But the question of...
East Rural, I don't want you to get in the bad books.
East Rural, thank you. But there has been an effort to rechannel a lot of resources out to the west, and this might be a consequence of that. So I think what we need to explore with JPS is how do you deal with the margins that exist in areas that are almost fully electrified as well. So that is something that we'll have to talk to them about. But we understand the pain and the agony of seeing that around us. All right, is there anything, solar pumps? That definitely is a great idea, I think. But of course, with every great idea, there's a dark underbelly. Solar panels of that kind is very vulnerable to theft. And
solar pumps.
Right? So it's something that could be raised. We have heard of the suggestion before. It's something we could talk to NWC about, but the security element is something that would have to be factored into the cost-benefit analysis for that to happen. All right?
I know many fish farmers, for example, use solar pumps currently. So I know solar pumps are in commercial use locally. Of course, it has to be solar pumps don't have batteries, so they only run during the day. You can do a solar photovoltaic system where you use a regular pump and you have batteries so that it can run 24 hours. So I'm sure NWC, if they were here, would be able to tell us, because it may be appropriate for some of the locations, some of the pumping stations. All right.
Yeah, the other thing with solar batteries, as you point out, that it can only run during the day, so it would have to be supplemented by batteries or by storage.
Right, which is what a lot of the commercial people do, is pump into a reservoir during the day and then continue to flow from the reservoir during the night. All right, question now to Ms. Burchell, your turn, and then Mr. Hines.
Thank you. I wonder, has the OUR conducted, commissioned, or required an audit of JPS's damage claims for Hurricane Beryl or for Hurricane Melissa? Or are we relying completely on what they've self-reported? So this $350 million bill for Hurricane Melissa, which has been much talked about in terms of the government's contribution to it, is it something we're just taking from JPS and then forcing the government to cough up well-needed resources to help them finance a figure that they've self-reported? Or are you going to find a way to verify that? Again, on JPS, why I'm told by customers that they are still receiving estimated bills when JPS operates a fully digital metering system that can give you hour-by-hour data on usage. Is it true that JPS is still giving estimated bills, and why would something like that occur? And finally, the communities that have been out of electricity for the duration of Melissa, for example, can we confirm somehow, is there an auditing system within OUR that can confirm that they have been zero consumption billed for those periods? For me, for example, I haven't even checked a JPS bill because I expect none for the period of Hurricane Melissa. So can customers rely on OUR's support to ensure zero consumption has been billed for those who've been out of electricity for now over a month? Thanks.
I suppose in that case there shouldn't even be a connection charge. I'm going to invite OUR to respond to those first, and I'll come to your question.
Thank you. So have we conducted our audit of Beryl? And the answer is that we have not done a formal audit of Beryl. In fact, that's why there is an outstanding amount that we haven't allowed yet, because we're still going through the information that has been submitted to us.
That's the $5 million that you reserve. You spoke earlier about reserving a $5 million.
No, that's why I said to you that net of Beryl claims.
Okay.
That's right.
So just to clarify then, you would have more than $5 million retained because you have something against the claims that are being audited.
Well, what we have done is indicated that what is it? There's a $9 million, or I think it's $9 million, $10 million, right? That we are going to, we're taking another look at to address whether or not this is something that we on. And it's just a question of ensuring that what is claimed, because we know, for example, that the company has a capital program that we approve. Now, when you have a hurricane, there are things that happen in terms of capital enhancement and all of those things. So we look at those things in order to determine.
To see whether the normal capital program might have overlapped or been overtaken by.
So that's the process that we're going through now. So for Beryl. For Melissa, again, we wouldn't be doing an audit now because the restoration is in fact taking place. What we have said to JPS is we have given direction as to how we expect the assessment, and we make a distinction between the engineering assessment that says this is the kind of damage that has been done, and then the cost of actually effecting the restoration. And we have said in the same way that for insurance purposes you would have assessors going out and so on. So JPS will appoint assessors on the terms of reference that we have approved. And then those reports will come to us. We will look at that, and we have reserved the right to employ specialists to review those. Perhaps what you call a loss adjuster to review that. So that's the process we're going through with regard to the claim or potential claim. Why are some customers still receiving estimated bills? I think that was the question. Cheryl, you want to say something about that, or are you? Okay.
I will defer that to my colleague, Ms. Good.
Just, you have to make a request. Thank you. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the question. So, yes, JPS would have 100% smart meter their customers. However, that technology depends also on the telecommunications network. So where those networks are down, it would prevent JPS from getting those meter readings, and that would account for the reason that customers would receive estimated bills. It may not be the only reason, but that may be the main reason, because there may also, in instances where they are not able to get the reading remotely, they would usually send out their meter readers, but of course, in some areas, there would now be access issues, so that would also prevent them from having a reading, an actual reading.
Yeah, so it's safe to say that those estimates, because how I understand the estimates from JPS is they would estimate it based on your usage in previous months. So a month like October and parts of November would not be equivalent or near what we would have used in the previous months. On what basis then would they generate these estimates?
Okay, so based on the guaranteed service standards that we have for JPS, we actually included a standard that speaks to how they ought to calculate the estimated consumption, which you have alluded to. They ought to use an average of the previous 3 actual readings under normal circumstances. In the case of Melissa, what they would have done is, based on the discussions that we have had with them, they would have prorated the estimated consumption based on the number of days of loss of service. So, for example, if you were out of service for up to 8 days, because what we also need to bear in mind is the bill that would have been received in November would have taken into consideration most of October's usage, because Melissa hit us on October 28th. So the consumption really would have been the consumption for October, for much of October. So if since October 28th, you were without service for up to 8 days, for example, then and they have to estimate your consumption, then they would bill you for, say, 80% of your previous previous consumption.
All right, Mr. Hines.
Sorry. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, and the final question,
Oh.
Right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Your request
zero
was,
consumption. Yes.
Right, your request was for assurance that if there's zero consumption, that we'd verify that. And yes, the OUR can offer that assurance that we will in fact verify that customers are not charged where there is zero consumption. I know the chairman made reference to the service charge, and we're in discussion, because that is not as cut and dried as, so we're in discussion with JPS about that as well. And Ms. DDG Lewis wanted to make an intervention.
Yeah, if I may just go back to the estimated bills. As indicated by Ms. Good, the bills that the customers got is primarily for the October. The OUR has engaged JPS going forward as to how those customers are going to be billed. So, and those customers, their billing cycle hasn't started yet for those who would be out of electricity and then somewhere in between regained electricity. So we are in discussions as to how to really treat that.
Mr. Hines.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon and welcome to Parliament. Just to ask a few questions relating to Melissa and one on Beryl. I'm going to start with Beryl. Was there any refund ordered by OUR for customers, and did the JPS comply? And I will ask the same for Melissa. Will there be any refund ordered for Melissa going forward? The next question is, what is the actual damage caused to the grid by the Hurricane Melissa? And what is the OUR material role in the assessment and audit processes for Hurricane Melissa? And my final question is, does the OUR have the requisite expertise to assess the figures provided by the JPS?
And just to write on that, we've heard since the hurricane a moving figure of the cost of restoration for JPS, which is normal because as time goes on, they'll do a better assessment. What's the current figure we're working with in terms of the cost of restoration? Go ahead.
The current figure is 360 to 390 million.
360?
To 390 million.
360 to 390. Okay, thank you.
That's US dollars.
So who's going to respond to Mr. Hines' questions? Yeah, okay. Go ahead.
In terms of the refund ordered by, whether the OUR ordered JPS to give any refunds, whether OUR does not have that authority to order JPS to refund customers in terms of to give them some sort of relief. In fact, after Beryl, well, prior to Beryl, during COVID, we recognized that there was an issue when we have force majeure events, whether caused by a disaster or a disease, that there may be issues with customers. And so we had commenced a project to look at that and to see what could be done. We examined the developing world and other developing jurisdictions to see how they treated it. But that project has not been completed just yet. So we really don't have the power to direct JPS to say, in the circumstances, they must offer a relief. What, however, we have done is we have encouraged them to offer relief to their customers. And for example, I mean, they have delayed payment, have payment plans, etc. So that's what we have done in those circumstances.
Okay.
Yeah, just to follow up on that. So we've seen instances when
we were preparing for the hurricane, the JPS will have come out and said that the expenditure will increase naturally because of the rain events. Are you saying that the government then will have to be the ones who will impose that sort of order on JPS for them to see where it's fit to give some rebate, give some refund to customers, given that they were out of service for a long time and persons would have been asked to pay bills that they didn't really have the services for?
So I don't think that's, well, what we're saying is that we can't ask them to grant a rebate if there is a legitimate bill. If they have overcharged customers, sure, we have the authority to tell them that they have overcharged customers. The question of concessions, I think, are something we have to negotiate with them in terms of concession to customers because we don't have the authority.
I don't think it was concessions. You're saying specifically those who had received interim bills when they had no service. Do you have the power to insist that they refund or credit, I suppose, those accounts if the OUR has that power?
Yes, if you have an estimated bill when you don't have service, then clearly that's not a legitimate bill and that has to be addressed. So yes, but once a bill is, what I'm saying is once a bill is legitimate, we don't have the authority. If it is not legitimate, we do have that authority. Secondly, I think you raised the issue of do we have the expertise to do this? What is our role in the assessment? Well, the insurance fund actually set out what the roles and responsibilities are, including the fact that we can engage loss adjusters and all of those things. To the extent that we don't have the expertise, we will always engage it. So, and we have conducted a series of assessments. We have had some 9 or 10 hurricanes since our storms, since the EDF. The reviews have all been conducted by the OUR. In instances, the company has appealed our decision. I think one went as far as the Privy Council to be addressed. So, yes, we do have the expertise or can engage the expertise.
The answer is yes, either in-house or you will engage it.
Yes.
You will contract that expertise. Were all your questions answered, Mr. Hines? There's one outstanding. Which one is it? And then Mr. Crawford. Why do you look for it? Mr. Crawford.
Yeah, Mr. President, we're going to have delays if they have to remember all the questions and then try to answer, and then we'll try to find them back. But
how many have? Break them into 2 or 3 at a time. But remember now, we need to give staff and members a break for lunch before the 2:30. Yes. So
the Speaker cannot curtail me today, no, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Yeah. We have to allow, and with the greatest respect, not just the staff, some of us.
Well, Mr. Chairman, we are delayed this thing by discussing something that we're all in agreement. Right, member, do not disturb me today, member. Chairman, I'd like to ask, I heard in the conversation that there was a large consumer of energy that came off the grid and returned. Can any insight be given as to why that might have been and what happened to their investment
in the alternative?
In the alternative.
Go ahead.
No, I don't think it is in my power to disclose that.
Okay, all right. No.
It is in your power, but maybe it wouldn't be appropriate.
Go ahead. You have the right words, sir.
Okay, all right. The $360 million US to 390 million US suggested for the grid to get back up. Is that from henceforth, or is that in total? Meaning, is that 360 million what we need from here, or was that from all the damages from the hurricane ended?
Based on what we have gotten from JPS, and that is in the report, the phase 2, it is the entire thing.
So the 360 to 390 million is the entire cost of getting the grid
the
up.
total.
Right. And that is to get the grid back to what it was, or that includes improvements to the grid?
Restoration, I understand. That
So-
is to restore it to
what it was
before.
Have the JPS given you any indication of what it may need to improve from the resilience standpoint and also the capacity standpoint? Have they given you any such information?
No, we haven't gotten it in details, but they have indicated that they would want to look at how it could be reinforced to make it more resilient.
All right. And that 360 million is about 57 billion. Are you aware of the terms of the loan that they have taken from the government, the 150 million?
No, we aren't. We were told about it, but we haven't gotten the details. We know ultimately we'll get that information, but we don't have that now.
Okay. Based on that 24 billion that they have received from the government, there's still a shortfall of 23 billion. Have the JPS given you any insight of how they will raise that 23 billion?
No, we haven't heard as yet. We
Is
know
there-
that we know that is something that is necessary, but we haven't had the discussion as to where exactly it will be sourced from.
Is there a timeline for the JPS to raise this amount?
I can't speak to that, really.
As in permitted or not having the information?
I don't have the information.
All right, so that 23 billion that they would need to raise, will that delay at any moment the reconstruction time period?
Definitely, it would.
And therefore, does the OUR have a role in ensuring that that is fast-tracked in any way? Are they giving them a deadline?
I think the director wants to
Okay,
take that
Chair.
one from you.
So a couple of things. One is that, remember I made the point earlier that there is the question of what is the engineering estimate of damage.
The engineering.
And estimate of damage and what the cost of recovery is. There has been, JPS has imputed that some of this 360, 390 will involve hardening of the grid. The same thing happened with Beryl. They did some hardening, and in fact, I think there are a couple of areas that held up much better this time around because of that hardening. So we expect that to take place. On the question of funding the recovery, clearly there's always a mix of approaches. You'd expect that as the company continue to recover and supply electricity, that it will have better cash flows as well. So I'd expect that it will be able to take care of some of the cost of repairs. I would expect that in the ongoing discussion with government and whatever schedule has been established, that if there is a continued shortfall, then that will also be the subject of discussion. At this stage, what we have been given is that, look, we do have that by the end of February, we will be able to restore the grid. And the JPS suggested that the 150 million puts them in a position to achieve that target. Now, whether or not that means that they have identified other sources of funds, or whether there is ongoing engagement with the government, we're not privy to that. But what we're told is that they're in a position to get to full restoration by the end of February, and that this $150 million puts them in that position. That's what we have been told.
So do we have any duty, though, to probe that and to ensure that they have access to this fund?
No, I don't think that we have a duty to ensure that where the fund is coming from. I think that what we need to know is whether the commitment that they've given is a credible commitment.
Right.
And I think we have accepted that it is a credible commitment.
Despite them having shown the 23 billion and access to that.
Despite that, because when we started out, obviously all that was available was a $50 million from the EDF.
From the?
From the EDF.
What is the EDF?
Sorry, the Electricity Disaster Fund, sorry. Sorry, member.
Sorry, yes. So the electricity disaster, that's a self-insurance that
That's
the OUR maintains.
Right.
That's 50 billion. And what's the source of that?
50 million US.
50 million US.
Yes.
Oh, so 50 million US. 12, 3, that's about 8 billion. All right, what's the source of that 8?
That's payment by customers. It's a charge on customer's bill.
So
that's how the self-insurance
in the
works.
Electricity bill, there is a charge
There
to
is.
each customer each month. Is that an equal charge or a percent of your bill?
It's a per kilowatt charge, right?
On average, customers pay 20, the average customer who uses 150 kilowatt hour per month pays about $20 Jamaican dollars towards the fund each month.
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Fund. It's a self-insurance fund.
On average, each person pay what? $20?
$20. The 150
20
kilowatt
Jamaican dollars.
Per
average
kilowatt.
customer consume
No.
per month
$20 in total per month.
from the bill.
So it is each person does pay $20 per month?
No, it's in proportion to the amount of your bill, but he's just giving you an average for the customer who consumes 150 kilowatt hours per month would pay $20.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for that, Chairman. So they paid that. If the JPS misses this target of February, is there any cost to that breach? Is there any intervention? Is there any, what would you call that, punishment for failing to achieve that period? Or is there a gap? Is there also a kind of a additional time, meaning another 2 months to see, or we might find ourselves here 8 months from now?
So as we found during Beryl, if there can be penalty for missing time, but you have to prove that, it was unreasonable. You'd have to go through a legal process to do that. So there is no prescribed penalty as of now. This question is there a breach of a license arrangement? Is this something that can be litigated? So my answer to that is that I can't tell you that there is a defined penalty, because there is not.
All right, final question, Chairman. This self-insurance, is it totally depleted, or are there more funds left available?
Right. I'd indicated that we kept back $5 million US for prudential purposes.
5?
Yes, 5
million. So do they have access to that, or that will just be maintained to keep
he
it?
said of the 50, they've given JPS access to 45 already. They have 5 that they've held back for prudential purposes, which may or
Some
may
of these
not.
terms, Chairman, I don't know them,
What,
prudential and I don't know what they
No, well, just that we don't want to completely deplete the fund. There may be obligations that the fund has that.
So they don't have access to this other 5 then, for this period?
As of now, not. They don't.
And you'll prefer to maintain that reality?
That would be our preference.
Okay. So therefore, they can't access any more from that self-insurance, all things held constant?
Well, we can still waive it, but as of now, I have indicated what our preference would be, that we keep some money in the fund, so not to completely deplete it.
Finally, for Water Commission, the K factor. Every customer pays this K factor?
Yes.
And therefore, is there a national plan for the reduction of water wastage? Because some of us have not seen that effort in our spaces.
Actually, yes, the NWC has a proposal and for the island. As it has been rolled out in phases, as I indicated, KCMC, is that? And St. Catherine currently. Right. But there is
You mean,
a national...
and Portmore, because I am St. Catherine
All right,
and I don't...
Portmore.
No, but I'm St. Catherine, so I want to be clear that Linstead haven't seen anybody
No,
doing no K
they don't
factor.
reach Linstead, they don't reach Linstead yet.
Okay, so
they're going from the most dense, the areas that have the most accounts, where they're losing the most water, and from the major systems, and then they're rolling out to this. So they started in the Kingston and St. Andrew metropolitan area, and then they're going to Portmore now.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chairman.
All right. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We have to respect the staff and also our team from OUR for postponing their lunch and sitting through a marathon morning session. So we want to thank you for that. And the only consolation is that you don't have to sit through the marathon afternoon session, which we are facing. So thank you very much. And I think we will now break for 1 hour, and we will reconvene at 2:50 to consider the next item. Thank you. Good afternoon. We'll call to order. We have a quorum. Could you invite the officials to come? Good afternoon. How are you? All right. Afternoon. Could you close the door to the chamber for me, please? Encourage anybody else who is outside. We're about to start. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, public officials. Let me apologize for the late start. We had a session scheduled for this morning to hear get updates on the Hurricane Melissa recovery, and that finished late, and then we learned that there were no provisions for lunch made for the members, so they had to disperse on the road to forage for themselves, and it took a little longer than anticipated. So welcome all. A special welcome to Mrs. Jarrett. I haven't seen you in years. You and I must be the only one who have been here from the 90s, going through. Sorry, I shouldn't age you. You were a young girl at the time. But welcome, General Meade. Welcome all the other officials. So how we will proceed this afternoon, I'll invite the Financial Secretary to give an overview summarizing the changes in the third supplementary versus the original approved budget for 25-26, and any other comments she thinks appropriate. Then we will have questions. I have been asked by Minister Morgan if I could accommodate after Ministry of Finance the questions on any questions on the National Works Agency, because they've had a commitment for 5 o'clock. So that is the order we will proceed in. Ministry of Finance, then the Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure, and which includes the National Works Agency, and then we will proceed after that. Didn't realize we have such a sizable contingent. Give them a minute or two to to find a seat. FS, over to you.
Good afternoon, committee and everyone. Okay, afternoon again.
Afternoon.
So the matters before the PAC today are in relation to the documents tabled by the minister yesterday, which would be the interim fiscal policy paper, the central government's third supplementary estimates, and the public body's second supplementary estimates. So the report that we have provided addresses all three. So the fiscal year 2025-26 fiscal policy paper interim report tabled in Parliament yesterday provides an assessment of the macro-fiscal outturn for 24-25, the macro-fiscal performance for the first half of 25-26, and the fiscal outlook for the medium term, as required under legislation. The Jamaican economy contracted by 0.6% in 24-25, reflecting declines in both the goods producing and services industries by 1.2% and 0.4% respectively. The economic downturn was largely caused by a series of weather-related shocks, including Hurricane Beryl, which significantly impacted agriculture and other industries. This is the economic and fiscal performance for 24-25. The central government operations for 24-25 generated fiscal and primary surpluses equivalent to 0.2% and 5.7% of GDP, respectively. These outturns are marginally below the respective targets in the third supplementary estimates. Despite not achieving the fiscal surplus target of 0.3% of GDP, there was no upward adjustment required for 25-26, given that the cumulative deviations from the required balance as per the fiscal rules remained positive and did not breach the thresholds specified in Section 48CA1 of the FAA Act. For the April through September 2025-26 period, real GDP is estimated to have grown by a 2.8% for the first half of 25-26, driven by expansion in the goods producing and services industries of 5.9% and 1.8% respectively. With the exception of mining and quarrying, all industries are estimated to have expanded over the period. In July 2025, the first supplementary estimates were tabled and approved in the Houses of Parliament, reflecting an upward adjustment to above-the-line non-debt expenditure and revenue and grants of 10.5 billion and 10.7 billion, respectively. Relative to the first supplementary estimates, the fiscal accounts, which are the fiscal and primary balances, recorded better than programmed outturns for the first half of the fiscal year, reflecting above budget revenue and grants and below budget expenditure. Total revenue and grants for the period was $537.1 billion, which is $3.8 billion above target. This performance was mainly driven by tax revenue, which exceeded projection by $6.8 billion. Above-the-line expenditure amounted to $552.5 billion, comprising recurrent expenditure of $533.3 billion and capital expenditure of $19.2 billion. Recurrent expenditure was $11.8 billion, 2.2% below budget, reflecting lower program spending by $2.7 billion, lower compensation of employees by $4.1 billion, and interest payments by $4.9 billion. Capital spending was lower than planned by $8.3 billion. It is to be noted that second supplementary estimates were tabled and approved in the Houses of Parliament in October 2025 to align with the reassignment of subjects following the September 2025 general elections. The central government fiscal targets reflected in the first supplementary estimates were therefore maintained. For 25-26, the projected outturn and medium-term outlook, subsequent to tabling of the 25-26 second supplementary estimates, Jamaica was impacted by Hurricane Melissa on October 28, 2025. As a result of the economic impact of the hurricane, the medium-term macroeconomic projections have been revised. The medium-term fiscal profile presented in the interim fiscal policy paper reflects updated projections underpinned by the following revised macroeconomic assumptions. We have a table there just to point out that the real GDP growth, which was originally estimated at 2.2%, a positive 2.2% for this year, is now expected to come in at a deficit of 4.3%, or a reduction of 4.3%. Inflation, previously projected at 5.3, is now expecting to be 9.5. We also have the nominal and the oil prices listed for this year and for the next 3 years. For the central government, as a result of the impact of Hurricane Melissa, the government has initiated the process to suspend the fiscal rules for an initial period up to March 31, 2027, to enable the level of expenditure required to restore an acceptable level of functionality to the affected persons and areas of the country. The program fiscal operations for the rest of 25-26 and beyond therefore takes this into account. Revenue and grants for 25-26 are currently projected to total $1,065.7 billion, which is 30.6% of GDP, representing a decline of $41.1 billion or 3.7% relative to the second supplementary estimates. Non-tax revenue, totaling $191.1 billion, reflects an increase of $41.7 billion, while tax revenue is projected to decline by $81.6 billion. Non-tax revenue is reflecting an increase, of course, because of the flows being received from the Hurricane Beryl instruments that have triggered the revenue ones. The reduction in tax revenue reflects the impact of Hurricane Melissa, as well as the proposed policy decision to move the due date for corporate income tax from March 15 of each year to April 15 of each year, commencing in 2026. The increase in non-tax revenue largely reflects inflows related, as indicated, to the flows from Jamaica's disaster risk financing instruments following the passage of Hurricane Melissa. Growth is projected for revenue and grants over the medium term, reflecting continued recovery in the economy. Over the next 3 years, which would be 26-27 through 28-29, inflows from revenue and grants are projected to average 28.6% of GDP and grow at an annual average of 4%. This performance is expected to be driven mainly by tax revenue, with a projected annual average of 26% of GDP. Total expenditure, above the line expenditure, has been revised to $1.1 trillion, $1.189 trillion, which is 34.1% of GDP for fiscal year 25-26, reflecting an increase of $83.4 billion or 7.6% relative to the second supplementary estimates. Recurrent expenditure of $1.1 trillion, 32.5% of GDP, is programmed for the fiscal year, up by 8.2%. The increase in recurrent expenditure reflects higher programs, compensation of employees, and interest payments. Capital expenditure at $55.5 billion is 1.6% of GDP and is lower by $2.2 billion or 3.8%. Over the medium term, total expenditure net of amortization is projected to average approximately 32% of GDP. Public debt service for 25-26 is projected to total $343.1 billion, comprising $138.5 billion for domestic debt and $204.5 billion for external debt. For the self-financing public bodies, they recorded an overall balance surplus of $38.4 billion, that million should not be there, an improvement of $37.3 billion relative to the $1.1 billion targeted for the first half of 25-26. The group is now programmed to generate an overall balance surplus of $15.2 billion for 25-26. While there are upside risks to this projection, given that the group of entities performed above target for the first half of the fiscal year, the impact of Hurricane Melissa is expected to exert significant downside pressures. The group of self-financing public bodies, particularly those with operations in tourism, transportation, and public utility sectors, are exposed to loss of revenue, increased operational costs, as well as increased capital expenditure to effect repairs to damaged infrastructure. All right, so moving to the third supplementary estimates for the central government. The third supplementary estimates reflects total central government expenditure and payments of $1,376,877,000,000, a net increase of $106.3 billion over the second supplementary estimates. The new estimates provide for non-debt recurrent expenditure of $978.3 billion, inclusive of below-the-line amounts, which represent an increase of $105.7 billion over the second supplementary estimates. Capital expenditure of $55.5 billion, which represents a reduction of $2.2 billion on the prior allocation for capital programs, and debt service of $343.1 billion, comprised of interest payments of $181.8 billion, an increase of $4.2 billion, and amortization payments of $161.3 billion, a reduction of $1.4 billion. On the non-debt recurrent expenditure side, there is an increase that reflects higher spending on compensation of employees by $11.3 billion, programs by $94.4 billion. Approximately $53.5 billion of the programs is associated with Hurricane Melissa relief and recovery, and of that, $29.3 billion is to be utilized by MDAs, and $24.2 billion represents the proposed loan to the Jamaica Public Service Company Limited to assist in the restoration of electricity in affected parishes. Capital expenditure is projected at $55.5 billion, approximately $2.2 billion down from the $57.7 billion approved in the second supplementary estimates. Approximately $2.9 billion was allocated across projects that indicated the need for additional spending space for the remainder of the fiscal year. This was offset by $5.1 billion in savings on the projects that have been performing at slower than programmed rates of execution. Public debt service, currently estimated at $343.1 billion, is an overall increase of $2.8 billion or 0.8%. The adjustments to debt service reflect a net increase in interest costs of $4.2 billion, reflecting higher domestic interest by $15.5 billion and lowered external interest by $11.2 billion, and a net reduction in amortization of $1.4 billion, reflecting lower domestic and external payments of $0.8 billion, respectively. Financing for the additional expenditure on the third supplementary estimates will flow from several sources. An increase in utilization of balances brought forward from the prior fiscal year, flows arising from the disaster risk instruments following the direct hit on the island by Hurricane Melissa, flows from grants following the hurricane, and from additional loan receipts. For the public bodies, second supplementary estimates, this primarily reflects the changes in respect of the self-financing entities being assisted by the central government. 6 self-financing public bodies have requested allocations totaling $4.5 billion for 25-26 to support their operations and repair critical infrastructure due to Hurricane Melissa. Working capital support of $178.92 million is also allocated for the National Road Operating and Constructing Company, related to fees incurred as a result of delays in implementation of the increased toll rates for the 2025 to 2026 period. The footnote at the bottom gives a breakout of the amounts for each entity. That's it, sir.
All right, thank you. I'm going to remind members that we want the questions for the Ministry of Finance to be restricted to things under their head or macro issues, so that any specific questions around agencies and departments not within the Ministry of Finance, we will release them, or if they're welcome to stay if they'd like, but then we would direct those questions to the other ministries who are present. We didn't invite every single ministry of the government. What we did was focus on the ministries that had the major fluctuations from the original budget, either up or down, so that members could have an understanding of what triggered that. As is customary, I'll ask a couple questions from, as chairman, exercising chairman's prerogative, and then I'll open the floor. First, could you explain why the delays in the implementation of the toll rates for 25 to 26? I assume that is the Williamsfield leg, or is that in the, all the toll roads?
That needs to be addressed to the Ministry of Economic Growth. Oh, no, Transport, sorry, Ministry of
Because
Energy
you had
and
covered it
Transport.
in your statement, is why I thought you were. But you'd like to seek help from the Ministry of Transport on that? And who is the National Road Operating and Construction Company? Economic growth. All right, so we'll reserve that to when they come. But in terms of, oh, there's somebody who can answer. Mr. Edwards, is it?
Thank you, Chair. So the management of the toll roads involves multiple ministries, departments, and agencies. And, you know, for example, tolling resides with the toll authority. So we'd have to investigate to find out the specific details on this and get back to you, Chair.
All right, thank you. The inflation targets that you mentioned, FS, up to, I think it was August, inflation was running below, point to point, 12-month inflation was running below the band established by the Bank of Jamaica as their target. You've had quite a dramatic anticipated increase to 9.5%. Can you explain the areas you expect that to be coming from?
Okay, so we will not have the details, but definitely resulting from the impact of the hurricane, we are expecting to see increases in prices, especially from the agricultural
What is that from?
side.
Domestic food production,
Yes,
I imagine,
yes.
would be one of the principal sources
That's
of that.
the main source.
The DBJ has announced a $10 billion expenditure program in response to Hurricane Melissa, $3 billion of which would be in this financial year, and I imagine would come in the fourth quarter. Where in this supplementary estimates would I find that?
All right, so to the best of my knowledge, that is not included because we do not have an approval of that 10 billion.
Sorry, could you speak a little louder for me? You're very soft-spoken and I am half-deaf,
Okay.
so take time with me.
All right, so that is not currently included in what we have tabled because we have no approval of that amount.
Okay, so DBJ was off on a frolic of its own, because
We didn't say that, but we have been, certainly in relation to the hurricane, we have been operating in line with what the cabinet has approved.
okay, I will share with you a deck, the DBJ Recovery and Resilience M5 Business Recovery, and in that slide deck they detail a framework to spend $10 million over the
All
next.
right, so it appears that some of it would be from funds that are already existing.
From within their existing
Yes.
balance sheet.
Yes.
So, as I understand it, it says 4 billion this year, 1 billion from their existing, 3 billion from increased contribution, I imagine from the Ministry of Finance, and then 6 billion in the following 2 fiscal years.
No, so the Ministry
but
of Finance.
I couldn't find it in when I
Right.
tried to identify where those funds were
So
coming
there is
from.
nothing in the central government's budget that is directed at that, which is why I was indicating that we do not have an approval. The Ministry of Economic Growth, however, is here. I don't know if they can shed any light on it.
All right, Chair and members. What I can say is that it is intended that the sums will come from the internal budget of the DBJ. Chris, I'm going to ask you to provide a further clarification because
Yes,
I'm Arlene Williams.
Just give a little name and...
I'm Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development.
Thank you. Just the first time you're speaking, just introduce yourself so the Hansard writers can get the titles, names and titles. So you're tossing the ball to...
All right, I was explaining that it is intended that those sums that were mentioned will come from the DBJ's internal budget. They do have those sums available, and I was turning over to Chris. Where's Chris? For him to provide some further explanation.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair. Christopher Brown from the Development Bank of Jamaica. Dr. Lowe isn't here at the moment, but it is my understanding that there are some discussions with finance about providing financing for the 10 billion that you mentioned. But I think he will be probably best able to communicate where that lies, so I can get more information about that.
All right, well, I would suggest that next time you have the discussions with the Ministry of Finance first before they go out advertising this facility, because I couldn't find it anywhere in the book, and it seems the Financial Secretary is equally unaware of where it should come from. All right, I would now open the floor to members. Mr. Newell, you want to kick it off?
Thank you, Chairman. Madam FS, on page 3 of your report, self-financing public bodies, I'm seeing where, and I am happy about surplus coming from self-finance public bodies, but I'm seeing a surplus of $37.3 billion, and I'm trying to get an understanding of whether the projection was off or if there was some extraordinary income activity during the period. That is one. Second, even though our inability to implement projects is storied, I wanted to get an understanding of the projects that have not been implemented under capital expenditure that would have accrued $2.9 billion, well, $5.1 billion in savings, and whether there are any major projects that we need to know about. And the final thing is just following up on a question from the chairman to my friend, Mr. Stephen Edwards, where, well, to NROC, where working capital support of $178.92 million was allocated for NROC related to fees incurred as a result of delays. I don't think the answer is acceptable from the head of NROC. I think if working capital support was needed and was provided, then he should be able to give a response in terms of what would have caused the need for that working capital, even if it is different from what the finance minister states.
Okay, so in respect to the self-financing public bodies balance, new balance, it is primarily due to significant underspend by the National Housing Trust, in addition to a surplus position from the NIF and also some underspend by the AAJ. That's what's contributing to this. Yeah. AAJ, Airports Authority. Yeah. Sorry, can you repeat your second question, please?
I'd asked about the underspending in the capital budget, just for an indication of whether any major projects were underspent on, which would have caused the surplus.
Okay, so there was underspend across a number of ministries, so I think the individual ministries would be better able to give you the response on that.
If there's, we tried to, we had intended to invite the ministries with all the major variations. Somehow Ministry of Education seemed to have slipped from that. So I'm going to ask you to respond to help explain for Mr. Crawford a couple of questions he has in terms of the global. Oh, and after Mr. Edwards answers the NROC question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that question, member. So, just for the benefit of the committee, recall that the toll roads, in the management of the toll roads involves multiple ministries, departments, and agencies. Actually, the tolling aspect does not come through NROC. Every year, the toll operators apply for a toll review that actually goes through the toll authority. So the details of this allocation reside elsewhere.
All right, Mr. Crawford.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I'd like to ask the broader questions first and then get to the ministry. PS, there is a advertised 6.7 billion US dollars, approximately what, $1 trillion Jamaican that is coming in loans and other types of offerings. Can you explain the segments that this is broken down into?
All right, so before I touch segments, can I just indicate that the $6.7 billion that was quoted in the headline on that press release includes some of our instruments, or disaster risk financing instruments that were in place. So the 6.7 is not all additional to what we already had in place. So approximately 3 billion of the that's not right. 3.6, right. Approximately 3.6 billion is proposed new loans to come from the named institutions. That's the CDB, the IDB, the IMF, World Bank, and CAF. For a total of approximately 3.6. They are also proposing to mobilize private investments to the tune of 2.4 billion. And that would represent the new amounts. The rest is our instruments.
The rest you had told us about at the last sitting of the PAAC.
Sorry?
The rest you had itemized at the last sitting of the PAAC.
Yes.
All right. So the 0.7.
Yeah, the 0.7 was from the CAT bond, the CREEF, the...
All right. So if I can focus on the 2.4, could you explain what is meant by mobilizing investment? Is that a loan coming to the government to unlend, or is that a loan directly to private sector?
That's primarily would be the the World Bank and the IDB, private sector arms, who generally mobilize money from the private sector in order to lend to the private sector of the country.
So it's private to private?
Private to private.
So that 2.4 billion have not been secured?
No.
So what has been secured is the 3.6 billion and the money from the insurance?
In terms of on the government side, that is what is in.
Okay, so the headline would have been misleading to say 6.7 billion secured?
You could say that.
Okay, so the 2.4 billion that is to be mobilized, is that dependent on the appetite of the private sector for borrowing?
All right, so I don't have all of those details, so
Okay.
I would not be able to address it.
All right, the 3.6 billion, do we know of the interest rate that is being applied to the 3.6 billion?
No, this is across four or five different institutions. So at this time, we would not be able to indicate.
Understood. The amount, the Minister of Finance suggested that some funds would have been secured on behalf of the JPS from these funds. Is that so, or am I misunderstood?
That's not a correct representation
Okay.
of what she indicated.
Can you clear that up for me, please?
She indicated that the multilaterals could now potentially loan JPS some funds, not that it had already been.
Oh, so the 2.4 billion JPS could apply if it so decides?
I don't know if it's in that 2.4 billion.
Or any other funds that are available. Would therefore the JPS have to qualify under the terms that would have existed?
Cannot answer any of those detailed questions, sir.
I'm sorry, all right. Have you any information about the loan to JPS itself from the government, the 150 million or 23 billion Jamaican?
That negotiation is underway.
So that has not been closed as yet?
It's not closed.
And no interest rate or anything have been identified?
The minister did speak to something yesterday.
Can you remind me if you know what the interest rate is?
5.5.
5.5%. Okay.
Make sure that I am very clear. The $6.7 billion, the word secured mean, my understanding, is that that is the extent of the facilities available to the government. It doesn't mean that we have yet taken it. And so the word secured is not inaccurate in any way, shape, or form.
All right, Chairman, I'll accept that and move on. As it relates to the loan to JPS, are you aware if there were any other method considered, including a government guarantee?
I think you need to address those questions to the minister.
Reasonable. All right, so what hit would that $23 billion have on the current capacity to spend? Based on the supplement, have you seen that that would have impacted the ability to spend on other items?
Okay, so the country is in the recovery process from the hurricane. This recovery, given the devastation, is going to take several years. There is really a limit to what can be spent in any given period. So providing the JPS with this money will not, in the current period, impact the country's ability to continue the recovery.
Okay. If I can go back to the 3.6 billion, is that front-loaded? Do you know?
Is it what?
It's for over 3 years. Is it front-loading more money in the first year, second year?
No details on that.
No details on that as yet. All right. If we can move to the Ministry of Education, we recognize that 600 million was allocated for Hurricane Melissa relief, additional requirement to support restoration, cleanup of 616 schools. That's approximately less than $1 million per school. Is that adequate based on the damage that we have heard?
All right, so we would not be able to answer those detailed questions, sir.
Okay.
Keep it in terms of a broad allocation to the ministry.
To a broad allocation to the ministry?
Yes, in terms of what you would ask.
So when the Ministry of Education come, they'll be able to answer this?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So, well, that is direct to the ministry. So I guess we'd have to catch the ministry when the ministry comes. All right. There's no more broad direct question for me, Mr. President.
All right. Just in closing,
I wonder, FinSec, if you could help me to understand this a little bit. This is my first time trying to go through these supplementary estimates, but from my back of the envelope kind of counting, it would appear as if CapEx has reduced by about $2.2 billion or so, when CapEx is expended to be, in my estimation, what should drive recovery to rebuild roads and schools and water systems and all of that in the middle of the worst disaster of our lifetime. Why is CapEx being reduced by about 2.2 billion while the recurrent expenditures seem to be increasing? So we're spending more on administrative costs and salaries and stuff like that, and not so much in those things that will help us to get out of the disaster we're in. I'm confused by that.
Okay, so confirming, yes, the capital expenditure is down by $2.2 billion at the global level. Within that, however, there are some reallocations that will assist with some of the work that will take place in what is now 3.5 months to the end of this fiscal year. The major reconstruction is expected to happen over the next 3 years. 3 to 5, actually. Sorry.
Okay, so the reallocations should balance that out a bit. One other question.
But just to complete that, though, FS, some of the funding that will go into capital expenditure by JPS, NWC, etc., would not necessarily be captured as CapEx in the central government budget, but would be captured in those companies like JPS and in the other agencies.
Remember that JPS is a private entity, so they're not on our books, apart from the loan.
Right, so the JPS would not be reflected here.
Apart from the loan that we are providing, which clearly will go into their CapEx.
Right, but that loan is not reflected as a capital expenditure.
No,
right,
no.
so it is funding for capital expenditure, but which would not be reflected in the central government accounts as a capital expenditure.
Okay. One more question, FinSec. Before Parliament goes ahead, or Cabinet goes ahead and approves a $24.2 billion loan to JPS, would they have had to satisfy your concerns about a detailed project plan, for example, from JPS, verification of the methodology, verification of the loss? What went into the FinSec and the Ministry of Finance approving such a big loan to JPS? Did you get any form of documentation that would have supported that kind of investment by the country?
Okay, so the approval for a loan to JPS would have come from the Cabinet. Yes, clearly some work would have gone into getting to that position. The JPS operates in relation to the Ministry of Energy. And so there would have been some assessment from that end before it came to us in terms of providing the funds. But it's a cabinet approval.
All right, FS, on a public debt service, in your opening statement, you spoke to a net increase in interest costs of $4.2 billion, reflecting higher domestic interest rates of $15.5 billion and lower external interest rates of 11. But I want to zoom in on this higher domestic interest rates of $15.5 billion. What does that reflect in terms of, if we were to translate that to an average increase in the percentage rates paid by government? Is that 50 basis points, 100 basis points, 150 basis points? Do we have any idea of, and is this based on the higher inflation and the tightening of monetary policy anticipated by BOJ? Could you just explain that?
All right, so I cannot give you a basis point change at this point. We can come back with that, but there would have been a little higher.
You're anticipating higher rates, or you have already, or the higher rates have already been incurred?
We're anticipating to raise more debt than we had initially programmed. Some of it already in, and so there would be more interest.
So the higher domestic interest that you are reflecting to be paid is based on a higher principal that you will be,
as well as
a higher
some increase,
some adjustment in the
interest rate.
in the interest rate paid.
Yeah.
But you don't have an estimate for that.
I don't have the full information. I can get it to you.
Okay, I'd appreciate it. Any other questions for the FS? If not, Mrs. Hornes?
FS, you gave an indication as to the estimated adjustment in inflationary rates. I'm wondering if some of your interest calculation is based on an estimate in increased interest rates, or whether or not you would have actually had adjusted rates to apply.
All right, so over the periods that have already passed, we did have interest rates at a little higher than anticipated. And
Chairman, can I ask a follow-up question?
Go ahead, Mr. Coe.
Earlier, there was an indication that an estimate of inflation of over 9%. Do we have the food inflation component as a separate?
no, we don't have it. We don't.
Is it possible to get that information?
All right, so we can check with the Bank of Jamaica if we can get those details.
The estimates based on impact to agriculture, etc., is that there will be a higher than normal food inflation. Is there any intention to target food inflation and that mitigation as a separate from the average inflation components?
All right, so I'm going to have to direct that to the Bank of Jamaica.
All right. Is the Bank of Jamaica coming, Chairman?
I don't believe they were invited to this meeting. I don't think they're now invited to the PAAC, but I know they come before the Parliament. I think they're due to come before the Parliament shortly. I need to inform myself on that. You're concurring with my view? All right. Well, if there are no more questions for the FS, then let's move on to the Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure, and in particular, if we have any questions for the National Works Agency. Members? Mr. Hunter, it looks like you've been so... is there anything you want to share? This must be a first. I've never been before, seen you come before Parliament and there are no questions. You've clearly worn down the MPs over the last few weeks. No? There's a question here from Ms. Burchell. Go ahead.
Mr. Hunter, coming from South St. James, there were some road projects that we would have wanted to have advanced before Hurricane Melissa. She has made those worse. I know we're concentrating on trying to clear the roads. NAA is in South doing that presently. But do you have you started to work on the time that you're going to be getting back to fixing those major corridors? And I'm speaking of Montpelier. My second question is with respect to the estimates here. I note you did not get any great increase in terms of the allocation. Is it that you have enough money to do all the roads, so when I call you, the roads and stuff and the bridges will be taken care of, or NAA is not factored in as a, I'm sorry, I'm having a difficult time hearing you. Okay.
A point
right,
of
so,
order.
but I'm noting that your thing is...
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, we are, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are here dealing with the supplementary budget. I want us to get an understanding, and maybe you as a chairman who is senior in here, to say to the younger persons that when we are here, it's really about a national issue and not a localized issue. Because if we spend time on local issue, then all the members of parliament here will go local, and it takes up the time that we don't have.
Thank you.
So let us stay or stick with the macro
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Both Mr. Clark and Mrs. Holness today spoke about matters relating to their constituencies. I'm happy that they have no. I am happy they've no come. I'm happy they've now come. They've now had a come to Jesus moment.
No. But you have not allowed me to speak. Just.
Lecture me, Mrs. Holness. Mrs. Holness, you cannot lecture me.
It is supplementary estimate. Point of order, Chairman.
Why is she lecturing me?
Hold on. Why all the excitement? Just. Mr. Warmington, you have a point of order as well? Yes. Go ahead.
Well, I'm saying that my point is that my position not come from the parochial issue. But I was trying to tell my young member here that the questions that she's asking, those are normally questions we have the
Standing Finance Committee.
Yeah, when you have the estimate of expenditure, but we're not just dealing with the supplementary estimate.
I appreciate
cover
that.
Certain extent. So those questions you reserve for the Finance Committee.
I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Thank you for being developmental in your approach. Thank you.
All right, just complete. All right, we've
We're trying at least make you learn something.
Mr. Clark, please. Please stop it. Please, Mr. Clark, please. Please, Mr. Clark, don't. Mr. Clark, the public is watching us. Let us set an example. Okay, your point was taken. Thank you. Mr. Newell?
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Hunter, at the last PAAC, I think you spoke about an expectation or an approval of $5 billion, which I was expecting to see in the supplementary budget. I'm not seeing it. $5 billion allocated to the Works Agency. Can you give an update on that? That is one. The second thing is I looked through, because it is of interest to me, to see whether anything related to the bridges, the National Bridge Program that is to come on stream. May have missed it, but I want to know whether any preliminary matters are impacted just based on what I see as a meager allocation to NAA in the supplementary.
E.G. Hunter, CEO, National Works Agency, for the purpose of recording. Member Newell, your expectation of the $5 billion windfall has been realized. In fact, it is in here. So,
could you just point Mr. Newell to assist him in finding? We only got this yesterday evening.
Project code 12841, page 19,000. Yeah. Right. So, Mr. Noel, the intention for expenditure vis-a-vis that $5 billion, it's also codified in the documents. $2 billion will be spent to cover the costs for reopening roads, as well as to do some repairs to drains. $1 billion will be used exclusively for additional repairs to roads. So the first item is to open the roads and clear drains. The second item is to carry out some repairs to roads. And the third item, another $2 billion, is to be spent on repairs to a number of gullies, largely the Sandy Gully and its tributaries in the Kingston area, and North Gully and its tributaries in the Montego Bay area. Let me just make a point in terms of the repairs to roads. Quite naturally, major concentration or emphasis will be placed on the roads in the parishes most seriously affected by Melissa. But understandably, to get assistance to Melissa, to the areas affected by Melissa, will require traversing from other locations to the affected areas. So not only...
What is your point of order, Mr.?
The point of order is that Mr. Hunter is now responding to a question that was about to ask. We raise a point of order, and that should be struck from the minute,
No,
so he cannot report on it.
You can't tell Mr. Hunter how to answer the question from the member.
Mr. Chairman?
No, you haven't even allowed Mr. Hunter to finish.
No, because I hear him mention Melissa and the roads that are supposed to be repaired. I don't need to hear anything more.
That is contained in the supplementary estimates. That's quite within his scope to respond.
No.
Yes, it is, and I have ruled. Please continue, Mr. Hunter. You have to press your mic. Thank you.
Okay, so as I said before, the $5 billion is provided, and that will be used to pay for the expenses incurred in clearing the roads, to undertake some drain cleaning, and to carry out some repairs to the existing drainage system, as well as to the roads impacted by the hurricane. With respect, am I permitted to answer the question relating to the bridge program?
Yes, the bridge program
is... There is a provision in the supplementary estimates for $18.9 million has been provided for us to pay for what we call pre-investment costs associated with the accelerated bridge program. And as we speak, and prior to being summoned here, we were to have convened with the Minister of Finance, the PIAB department, to defend that bridge proposal. Fortunately, we have another team at the NWA who is presenting and defending that proposal to the PIAB, and hopefully that will go well, which would then augur positively for the bridge program to be included in the next upcoming budget.
Yes, Mr. Hines?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Hunter, does road repairs include breakaways?
Yes, it will.
Thank you.
There are no other questions for the NWA. Oh, one more.
So, Hunter, what is your, I mean, we're gone 1 month now, the preliminary estimates for the cleanup, the clearing of roads so far?
We estimated it will top out at about $3 billion.
About $3 billion?
Yes, sir.
And here you have reopening of roads, including drain cleaning, at $2 billion. So
yes,
you will require additional amounts to cover, because there was some drain cleaning that took place prior to, which we know contractors have not yet gotten paid for those as yet. Is that included in this sum here?
No, we have additional funds, separate funds for that.
You have separate funds
and so
for that.
soon as those bills come in, we pay them.
So so this 2 billion then will just cover the earlier part of the clearing of these roadways. If your estimate is at about 3 billion, and there's 2 billion here for reopening of roads, including drain
Is it
cleaning.
that some will go over into the next fiscal year?
Okay, so to be clear, we did undertake what we call pre-Melissa drain cleaning and associated activities. And we have funds to settle those bills. With respect to Melissa and its aftermath,
you said about
we
3 billion.
estimate that when we're all done, it will be about $3 billion.
Yes.
Now, if you examine how we approach the clearance activity, our initial focus is on clearing the roads to at least one lane. So the $1 billion, the item number 1, will go towards that initial activity. 2 billion will go towards that activity.
Yes.
We subsequently will have to revisit the single lane roads and make them double lane roads.
The additional amount.
And that will be subsequent activity that will, in all probability, be undertaken in the latter part of this year, early next year.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Hunter, I think you and your team are free to proceed to your 5 o'clock. Hope you can make it in the traffic.
Spark is NAA too? All right, just in the capital expenditure, there is still a 5 billion. Is 5 billion?
Just refer us to the head or the page.
Yes,
Head
it's
number.
it's 19,000 C1, $5.7 billion for the Spark program. There seems to have been a slowdown, so I just wanted to know if this amount in this that we have here will cover those that have started and approved for this financial year. And the reason why I ask is, I'm going to go local. There was one that was started in my own constituency prior to the hurricane. And when it's now a month, contractor has not come back on site. And when asked, they're saying that they have not yet been paid by the government for them to continue the work. This is the second time. I'm just telling you what has been reported to me by my liaison from the contractor. And there are other MPs who have been complaining about a similar. So I just wanted to know if this 5.7 billion will cover the amounts and if there are any issues with payments to the main contractor for the projects, for it to run smoothly.
Okay, so Member Phillips, just so we have a slightly more efficient operation going forward, when you say when you ask, you are told, you know, I kind of like to have a monopoly on representing the enterprise. You have my number, I have yours, you can have that dialogue. Because what you have been told is not so. The truth about it, and yes, you did indicate that there seems to be a slowdown on Spark that was deliberate. If you think about it, prior to Melissa, we had contractors in 63 constituencies doing the work of Spark. Then we had a Category 5 hurricane. It makes perfect sense that one of the management decisions that we would have taken is to redeploy Spark effort to Melissa effort.
And that's coming to that. Let me just correct you though, Mr. Hunter. Slowdown started before the hurricane. No, I'm just telling you what happened in my constituency. You can't tell me what there was. I'm just telling you what happened in Northwest.
Okay. I'm not in a position to contradict you, member. Suffice it to say that I have already made a public declaration that one of the first things that we did in the wake of Melissa is to redeploy Spark resource to Melissa. And that's understandable and fits perfectly with our management strategy. We have given the contractor a particular time in which to do Melissa and then come back to Spark. We are now at the point where the contractor is going to remobilize and address Spark. I give you the assurance that, Member Phillips, I give you the assurance that there are no outstanding payments to the contractor. There were some outstanding payments to the consultants. And if you examine the budget, there's a provision of $860 million to settle those accounts. So, you know, I'm confident that as we speak, Spark is in good fettle and it's doing well.
Thank you. Any other questions for the Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure, not to do with NWA? You can go, Mr. Hunter. Thank you very much. Thank you and your team. Permanent Secretary, your mic is on.
Thank you so much, Chair. I just wanted the opportunity just to provide an update on the M5 program, which was asked about earlier, and just to confirm that the DBJ does indeed have a little over $1 billion to jumpstart this program of offering assistance to the MSMEs. And this will be done before the end of the financial year. What DBJ hasn't said, and it's regrettable that Dr. Lowe is not here, he had another engagement, is that an additional $3 billion was requested from Cabinet, and that was approved, but not in time for it to have made its way into these supplementary estimates. It is also to be noted that this is a program that will span multiple years, so it's over 3 years that it will run. So I just wanted to provide that little clarification.
Right. My understanding, it was $10 billion over the 3 years, but
yes.
that there was, in addition to the $1 billion in hand, so to speak, at DBJ now, there was an additional $3 billion which should have been available in the fourth quarter of the fiscal year. But you're now saying, though approved, it was not in time to make it into this supplementary estimate.
Right.
Maybe the fourth supplementary estimate
Right.
might have that.
Yes,
All
sir.
right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just questions for any other questions for the Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure? P.S. Before you leave, you had, when you were last here, you had promised I think it was Ms. Edwards was talking about the spatial satellite and radar mapping. And we were promised in 2 weeks, which happens to be today, that we would get, at least for those constituencies who wanted it, it would be available. Can you give us any update on that?
I'll follow up with the spatial data branch and give you, because I do know that Ms. Edwards was very much advanced in putting together the information that was requested. It's not yet the end of the day, Chair.
All right. I look out for it. But there were some of us who were anxious, more anxious than others. So if she could start with the high impact parishes, that would be good. Thank you very much. Since there are no other questions for your ministry, we have OPM here. So let me go to OPM now. The Office of the Prime Minister essentially more than doubled their budget allocation between the original estimates, the approved estimates, and these revised supplementary estimates. P.S., you want to just give us a snapshot of your spending profligacy at OPM.
Thank you so much, Chair and members. Chair, a very significant increase that you accurately noted is due primarily to the adjustments in the assignment of subjects and the administration of the subjects, which was last communicated. So,
and this in particular assignment since the second supplementary estimates. This is the subsequent assignment of ODPEM in particular?
So the assignment of ODPEM from the Ministry of Local Government to the Office of the Prime Minister, and the Jamaica Defense Force, the defense portfolio, which was already from a policy perspective.
From an administrative perspective, was under national security.
Right, so the administration has moved now to OPM, where the policy control was. And that actually accounts for the most significant portion of the budget, Chairman.
So what was that figure of the 16.9 billion?
That's the 14.
14 out of that was JDF.
Yes, Chairman.
All right, and that would then explain the corresponding fall in the Ministry of National Security's budget.
Indeed, indeed. Chairman.
Any questions from members? Mr. Newell?
Thank you, Chairman. 10-425, I'm seeing an additional amount of $412 million for planning and coordination of state ceremonies. I'm not asking you to go into details, but I'm trying to get an understanding of the need for that, because I think that's a significant amount for state ceremonies. In terms of the 10-005, I'm seeing $848,400,000 as additional requirement for Constituency Development Fund, which would work out to approximately $13 million per constituency. In terms of funds flowing through the CDF coming out of Melissa, I'm not seeing anything to indicate those amounts or amounts averaging 13 million. In fact, I'm seeing the $3 million stated somewhere else, which was allocated pre and post Melissa. No, this is OPM. I'm going through OPM. I'm going through OPM. In terms of the transfer of the administrative aspects of JDF from the Ministry of National Security to the, so the transfer of ODPEM, I'm seeing that amount moving from local government to OPM almost exact. But the transfer of the JDF from Ministry of National Security to ODPEM, there is a variance, I think probably close to $4 million, speaking from memory, I look back.
4 billion, I assume.
4 billion, yes. So I would want to get an idea of, that's about a 40% increase, and I would want to get an understanding of that as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Chair. With respect to the state ceremonies, so you may recall, Chair and members, that in July, we hosted a very significant event, the CARICOM Heads of Government event here. And so what we had done is to use a small allocation and some variants to treat with the immediate amount. And some of what you're seeing in this supplementary is to backfill that. Also, the amounts relating to the installation of the Prime Minister would have been part of the figures there. So it's not that, remember, it's not that we are anticipating significant upcoming events, but we had to take certain actions initially by environment with the blessing of Ministry of Finance to treat with events past. And then we are now regularizing everything with the supplementary.
Go ahead.
Just in terms of practice, and this is to the FS, because the heads of government is an event that we would have anticipated. So I just want to know, in terms of good, proper governance and budgeting, whether that approach is the prudent approach to treating with budgeting.
All right, so I cannot say that I recall all events around that. I think there was some short notice on some things there, and that is why it had to be increased at that point.
Mr.
Chairman,
Crawford.
may I continue with the other?
Oh, sorry. Yes. Complete your response, and then I'll go to
Thank
Mr.
you.
Crawford.
With respect to the CDF allocation, so should I continue,
yes,
Chair?
please.
Thank you, Chair. So with respect to the CDF allocation, so there is a total of 13 million per constituency noted there. 3 million was in relation to a preparatory figure for Melissa, and then subsequent to Melissa, there was another similar allocation. The other 7 million is to...
No.
I can finish. No, I can't let him finish. In 12841, Chairman, there's an allocation of 189 million, which would come out exactly to the $3 million per constituency, which says additional requirement relates to pre- and post-hurricane response grants allocated to each of the 63 constituencies.
I think that was
So
that sounds like the care packages.
Right.
The
So
two
both can be
tranches
the-
of care packages.
Both can be the same.
So there were 2 tranches of that allocation. Okay? Sorry.
2 tranches of 1.5 each. So that would come out to the 3 million, which would correspond to the
This has a part of the 189.
So he's saying that couldn't be included in the 13 million per constituency, which is dealt with on a different line.
Yes, Chair. So the 848 includes 1 tranche of 189, right? Plus a previous figure of, so a total of 630 million was, right. So it was allocated to OPM. It's actually to go over to economic growth and job creation.
Is that the 10 million cleanup, the 10 million that we got a letter from recently about?
Absolutely.
And NWA and NSWMA?
Absolutely. That's what that 10, so that's 630 million. So we're saying that the 848 that we see there accounts for that 630, which is 10 million per, which is actually going to be moved from us to the appropriate
executing
ministry.
agencies.
And then it has the second tranche of 189. So the 189, which stands alone, which member was referring to, was 1 tranche related to Melissa, and the second 189 is the post-Melissa allocation, and that's how we got the total. So the 848 includes a 139 plus a 630. The 630 will not remain with the OPM.
Go ahead.
Just for my understanding, so the 189 is the pre-Melissa allocation for care packages, etc.
Chair, it was pre and post.
To the member, there are 2 allocations.
Yes.
There was 1.5 just before and 1.5 after.
Right. Understood, Chairman. But I'm saying $3 million times 63 comes to 189 million, which would be the
which
pre
covers
and
the
post.
2 tranches.
So that would cover both tranches. And that is at 12,841. So both 12,841 and 10,005 cannot both explain the 2 tranches. It must be, unless there's some duplication in terms of the accounting. But both tranches cannot be accounted for in both figures.
I think Mrs. Jarrett is assisting.
Sorry. Chair, may I continue?
Yes, please.
So as I was explaining, the the very large amount we see, the 848, the great majority of that was inadvertently sent to OPM. And by way of standing finance committee, that amount will be
transferred.
So the 189 is a cumulative effect of, as member noted, the two allocations, a 1.5 pre and a second 1.5. So
but in another section, he's pointing out that there's another 189.
Chairman, let me go back over. On page 3, 15,000, page 3, at the bottom it says Hurricane Melissa recovery. It says $189 million, which works out to 1.5 pre, 1.5 post. I accept the point that $630 million on page 7 is being reallocated to the appropriate ministry. That's fine. There's a $218 million difference, though, that your explanation does not cover. What you have been explaining to me is the 1.5 pre and 1.5 post.
Yes.
And I'm submitting that unless there's another $3 million allocation that page 3 covers, then you cannot both have the allocation reflected on page 3 and page 7. So I wanted to understand whether this 218, well, I also want to understand, PS, whether the amounts allocated to constituencies pre and post were uniformed, and whether this is some different explanation or some different allocation that you're explaining.
So thank you so much. Chair, with apologies, I got some clarification from the DFS. So more monies were actually put in error to OPM than I originally calculated. So it is well over 700 million that was inadvertently assigned to OPM. So the member is correct that the figures that I quoted initially did not add up. So it is, but to your question about the distribution, the figures that were assigned, the 1.5 and 1.5, were divided exactly equally between the 63 constituencies, and that's how your own calculation, member, came to the figure. So it is exactly 3 million per constituency, member. You sought some further clarification also on, you wanted some further clarification on the JDF administration? Yes.
Just repeat for...
Just the...
You said...
The difference between what was budgeted at Ministry of National Security and what is now budgeted at OPM is about close to 40%. So I just wanted an explanation as to, whether it's some activities post Melissa or preparation, just not asking for any intelligence divulgence, but I wanted just an understanding of that major difference.
Thank you. Chair, I'm happy the member made that clarification because, as you know, the JDF budget is normally treated in camera, which we're quite willing and available to do. What I will say is that for the most part, this is the budget that was already approved for the most part for the JDF and being transferred from national security to OPM. There are some subtle nuances, member, but for the point I made before about how we treat the defense budget, I can make myself available in another forum to clarify the subtle differences, but the right there.
Yes, his mic is
on.
Yes,
I think there's a substantial adjustment in the supplementary over the originally approved estimates. You want to just give us a quick synopsis of why that is so?
Errol Green, for the record, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Health, supported by Permanent Secretary Dunstan Brian. Dunstan will answer that question.
Chairman, you can turn on your mic, Mr. Bryan.
Hold on, Chairman.
There, it's okay. The orderly will turn it off. The orderly will turn it
Chairman.
off.
Chairman, Mr. Green said permanent secretary in the ministry, and then it went to do Brother Dunstan as permanent secretary. Do we have two permanent secretaries down there? All right, all right. I'm just knowing that somebody asked, that no President Dunstan not asked and study leave, and then come back.
He was asked to. Thank you very much.
No, not yet. Not Dr. Bryan, I said, very soon. Chairman, thank you very much PS Green. So just by with it's Dunstan Bryan, Permanent Secretary and Special Assignment. As you know, Chairman, under the staff orders, there's exigencies of the service that can recall any public officer back to their position on leave. So exigencies of the service has required me to be back in office for the first section, the first phase of the health response program. So I'm here in office for the next 3 months until January 31. So, Chairman, the Ministry of Health and Wellness has received additional financing from the Ministry of Finance for the operation of key programs in the ministry. Under the capital program in particular, the ministry has had a reallocation of financing under 3 main projects. The projects that we have been asked, which has been restructured in terms of the allocations for fiscal year 25-26 are the Western Child and Adolescent Hospital, the IDB project, which is the Prevention and Care Management of Non-Communicable Disease, and the redevelopment of the University Hospital of the West Indies. And the reallocation of financing is based on the impact of Hurricane Melissa and the slowdown of the 2 projects that have been identified there. And so a total amount of $1 billion has been reduced from the Western Child and Adolescent Hospital, which is a Chinese-funded grant project, and the IDB loan of $500 million. Those 2 allocations have been put to the project at the University Hospital of the West Indies, where $1 billion has been added to that project in order to cover the commitment for the mobilization on that project. So that project is set to be mobilized in very short order given this additional financing. The other significant allocation that has been made is under activity number 10633, and that is the technical support services, and this is the financing to the regional health authorities. An allocation has been made for this of $923 million in the first. Oh, sorry. Where's the one for Sarah? Oh, sorry. It says 12.8. No. Show me. Quickly. Okay, it's. Okay, 10911. Beg your pardon. 10919. Beg your pardon, Chair. So that allocation has to, as you can see on page 4203, is for the provision of adjustments to salaries, the approval of outstanding amounts for commercial contracts and that we have, and other items that are outlaid here in that page 4203. So that is the summation of the adjustments, the broad summation of the adjustments that have been made to the budget for the Ministry of Health and Wellness for fiscal year 25-26.
Thank you. Any questions, Mrs. Hornis, Mr. Newell?
Sure.
Go ahead, Mrs. Hornis.
PS, quick question in terms of the significant increases in salaries. Is that due to Melissa have extra hours work of some 4.3 approximately, and then significant additional compensation of another 6? Is that Melissa, or is there something else happening in the MOH that has resulted in those significant adjustments?
Go ahead. So through you, Chair, member, the compensation restructuring has some residual effects, especially in health. As you know, the health service is a 24/7 operation. And so there's been an introduction of the new policy on overtime. And because of that management of that new policy and us regularizing ourselves in accordance with this new policy, the compensation transactions have resulted in changes in the compensation outlay for the financial year. What is here in this is to cover the allocations that we project until to the end of the financial year, especially for overtime payments to staff in the health system.
Just a quick follow-up question. So when we look at a new budget, say for the year 2026 to 27, we would now adjust the way we are doing the budgeting to reflect those.
So the forward estimates will be adjusted based on these new rates. So what is happening is that, if you recall, in terms of the budget reforms that happened many, many years ago, we now are looking at forward estimates, and we use the forward estimates to project onto the outlay, especially on 21. And so this is just an adjustment of our real cost for operations in terms of the wage and salaries.
Mr. Newell.
Thank you, Chairman. PS, on page 1, there's a $750 million for outsourced diagnostic services. I know, and some colleagues have also indicated that when people go to the hospitals, usually there's a particular form that is given for people who may not be able to afford, and MOUs were in place with different providers. But at some point, persons said they were told that it had discontinued. So is this a resumption of that service, or is it an expansion of it? Or is this money owed to providers? So I'm trying to get an understanding of it.
It's a multiple of all three. So we do have some backlog payments that we need to make for suppliers for diagnostic services. However, the program is a policy position, and there is no termination of that program at this time. We do understand, however, at the operational level, certain decisions may be made that, given the availability of funds within the regional health authorities, that may cause them not to be able to offer the program as consistently as they ought to provide it. But at this point in time, the policy position of the Ministry of Health and Wellness is that the program provides us a benefit, a welfare benefit, and it also is to be provided to patients in hospital.
I think as far as the our region, the Mandeville Regional Hospital, that region, I think the policy position and the operating position are at odds. As I understand it, I don't know if it's the same thing in your region, Mr. Newell, but go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. So so I am clear now, or we are clear now, that when constituents come to the 63 of us and indicate their diagnostic needs, so to speak, we can direct them to the hospital to get the necessary form so that they can go and have that social services provided. But I have another question, a follow-up.
No, that's not what Mr. Bryan said.
Subject to the availability of funding, which leads to the follow-up question.
That's the point. It's subject to the availability of funds.
Which leads to the other part of the question. How much of this $750 million represents monies owed to the providers, and how much of it is fresh budget allocation to treat with the needs of citizens of the country?
I'm being advised that approximately 100 million is for arrears. So the balance is to take us to the end of the financial year in terms of expenditure.
Mr. Phillips?
PS, looking at 42,003, the delivery of health services, there's an item there, GCT payables, December 2021 to March 2022. I imagine this is money outstanding to the Ministry of Finance. And just a portion of what is owed by the Ministry of Health to the Ministry of Finance and GCT. Can you say what is the amounts that are owed to the ministry where GCT is concerned?
So I'm being advised that this is clearing the arrears, and so in terms of GCT arrears, we would have cleared the arrears with this allocation. Yes.
Good. All right. Thank you.
All right. If there are no further questions for Ministry of Health, thank you, Permanent Secretary Squared and your team. And I think the Ministry of National Security is here. I, however, think given the explanation from General Meade, it may have covered the major concern regarding the ministry of why you had such a steep drop. So if there are no questions for the Ministry of National Security, we can excuse them as well. And then I think does that local government would be the, is it local government that remains? Labor and Social Security was? No, there was. Oh, well.
Local government.
That's local government. Okay, you were actually not on the agenda, but since you're here, you have a question?
No.
Yeah. Oh, okay. But we commend your initiative and your willingness to appear before the PAC. So thank you very much. Have a good evening. So, FS, sorry, and are there any remaining questions for the PS, for the FS? Mrs. Jarrett, what's your position at the ministry now? Deputy, you're very long serving, but the general of the budget. All right, thank you. Thank you for your great service. Thank you, FS, and we appreciate your patience. We know we had a late start today, but I think we made good progress throughout. Thank you. Members, if we return to the agenda, just in terms of wrapping up today's matters, we would know Mr. Bartley and the committee clerk would prepare a report for on the supplementary estimates. And the next sitting of the House, Mrs. Honus, is Tuesday. So they would try and prepare the report by Monday so that we could have a look at it, circulate it so that the members could have a look at it, and it would be tabled on Tuesday. In terms of the Hurricane Melissa recovery efforts and the next meeting, I would suggest we have one final meeting for the year on the 17th. We had reserved that. Sorry? What you prefer, the 8th, what would be 10th? 17th? And I know I'm very aware of your personal situation and the hardship that you are operating on, and you have our sympathies and understanding. But I would think it would be good to have one final meeting so we could close off could make a report on the Melissa recovery efforts. And so we start the new year fresh. So
Chairman, if having looked at the supplemental estimates also, it isn't a good way to end to do a report on this, because honestly,
no, we'll do a report on the supplemental. So it's two different things we're talking about. So we agreed we're going to do this report on the supplemental. That we'll try and circulate that by Monday so that it can be tabled on Tuesday. So that's one. Separately, we wanted to close off. We did not get a chance to hear JPS, and we wanted an update from ODPEM. They had promised us an update. And then we could close off that hearing with a report.
May I suggest we could do it on Tuesday morning before Parliament?
Infrastructure meeting.
Yes.
Infrastructure is... Yeah, I don't think... But I think there's infrastructure on Tuesday. So what I would say, we had reserved the next 2 Wednesday mornings. We don't have to meet on both of them, but those are the 2 dates available. So
the 10th.
We
could,
is
good.
If Parliament is going to be, the 16th is the Tuesday.
Not go to the 16th. The Christmas work program is going to be onerous on all 63 of us.
So let's just meet next week then.
So I think
and
it's
close
best
off on the
that
10th.
we close off.
We'll close off
Chair,
on the 10th.
I believe you had made a recommendation that we block every single Wednesday or every other Wednesday. Could you clarify what that is? I'm not so sure if you're saying every Wednesday or every other Wednesday.
No. We just wanted to get through the Melissa recovery, and then this got dropped on top of us as well. Okay. So that the intensity was just to cover those 2 things and close off. Mm-hmm. So I'm proposing one more meeting for the year on the 10th, which will be the morning of the 10th, and then we release everybody, hopefully for the season. And we will, JPS, who wasn't able to come today, and we would invite them, and ODPEM, OPM ODPEM, to come back, since they have the overall responsibility to give us the final update for our report. All right?
Ministry of Labor and Education as well.
I'm being reminded that housing, what is it called? Economic growth and infrastructure, but particularly the housing, was one of the areas we had wanted to hear back from. So we could invite them as well for the final meeting. And Ministry of Labor.
And Education.
No, but that would be
you had questions.
Well, Chairman, school restarts in January.
Yeah.
In fact, the first week of January.
And the truth of the matter is, we have not really heard from Ministry of Education about
No, we
the
have
impact.
not.
So, all right. So
no, but Labor also, as equal to ODPEM, they just indicated that the new intervention program falls with the Ministry of Labor. So wouldn't we be interested in finding out about that program? I would think so.
You press your mic, Mrs.
I'm just saying, I appreciate that school is starting in January, but we don't want to overload the program. And it does make sense for us to set it out and run through it, because there are demands on all of us as members of parliament now. There's a work program, there's cleanup program, there are so many things.
Believe
so
me,
you're going to come and
I sometimes
pitchy-patchy.
think that I'm a field officer for the government.
That's, well, I just
Chair,
can't
through
manage
you, we
anymore.
have another problem. We have a lot of new members of parliament that will struggle if their payments are not made prior to Christmas. I don't think they have gotten accustomed to giving out Christmas work, and they can't pay the people. So if those contracts are not completed in time, information submitted in time, what ends up happening is that the contractors get paid in January. And for new MPs, I observed it last year and the year before, literally they were to tears because people wanted to eat them.
I don't think it's only for new MPs. Many of us have experienced that 2 and 3 times. So anyway, we had said we were just going to have one final meeting next week, the 10th, the morning, 10 a.m. And just to recap.
Chairman, have you decided on who's coming?
No, I'm going to recap the group and we'll decide who will drop out. So just...
We have OPM, ODPM.
OPM and ODPM, that's one. It's really one.
Ministry of Economic Growth.
Ministry of Economic Growth.
Ministry of Education.
Education, that's 3. And JPS, that's 4. I think let's just stop it there. Just, Economic growth was housing. We don't want to hear anything. All right, so take out economic growth and education. Just we'll ask them to just send an update. The mapping and they could give us a progress report on the 10 million, 7 million, 3 million, whatever it was. Yeah, a report on that. Just send us an updated report on how that is going. All right, so education, JPS and ODPEM/OPM. All right?
Did you say Ministry of Labor? Ministry of
No, it's just that ODPEM has the overall view of anything. So they should be able, they are the coordinating body for everything, including what labor and social security is doing. So they could give us an overview of everything.
So we're going to have 3.
Yes.
Member Crawford was asking why not labor and social security. One of the things we could do is to pre-look at some of the concerns and questions and send it to ODPEM/OPM so that when they come, they are better able to answer
But one of the
questions.
problems that we have, when we send out the questions, the proposed question, nobody responds. So the last time Mr. Warmington or somebody made a big song and dance that the question shouldn't be sent out. They should be, the members should agree to them. We sent them out to the members and nobody responded.
Chair, that was an issue. By the time we were finished the discussion, just in the interest of time, I did not get to explain to you what happened. None of the other persons saw the communication, nobody else. So only the opposition members saw the document. And as I was explaining, when I started to round robin them, they had not gotten from the orderlies the questions or the... So
they were emailed out.
It was emailed, and I realized that depending on the email that some persons gave to Parliament, it didn't come. So like mine, I finally found it. It went to the constituency office. So I had to call the committee clerk and say, I'm not seeing any email. I've checked both my emails, and then I realized where it went. So some persons had not seen it. What we would need to make sure, Warmington's complaint wasn't even that. He just wanted to make sure that the members of the committee were in agreement with the questions that we are submitting and the order of business in terms of the scheduling.
Right.
So
and
that's
I'm saying that's why we sent out the
concern.
questions this time and nobody responded. So they didn't get any questions. Right, the first one. Right. So, but what you think we should? Yes. Since we want to cover everything and this is the last sitting, we'll send out the questions. We'll send out the questions ahead of time. So, Mr. Bartley will work, but Mr. Bartley have a lot of work to do over the next few days. All right. There being no other business, we have set the date of the next meeting. Just thank you. We've had a long day, 7 hours. Last sitting was 6 hours. This is a marathon committee, but hopefully next year we'll be able to shorten the time of it. Thank you very much, members. There being no other business, the meeting is terminated. Oh, sorry. I'm told I must do a motion for the adjournment. Thank you.
Oh, Jesus. Where's the other?